Check 1, 2. Here we go, back from vacation. Woohoo! Back from vacation. See if we can pop this up. Good morning, everybody. I actually just started reading your comments out there. How y'all doing? Hope everybody's doing well. You guys hear me all right out there? I made some changes on the back end of production. I also noticed that my my microphone wasn't set up properly. Whatever. And then, good morning. Took a vacation. Kind of odd. We have to be a better communicator. I think taking the we did a poll a couple weeks ago, and I don't think that the poll was enough. I think I was supposed to take 2 weeks ago off, and I said no fucking way. We're going to into OPEX. We'll take the next week off. I am refreshed, rejuvenated. You know what's though? The truth is I didn't get nearly enough that I needed to get done at this point. Close, but still not done. I think I actually have to work on part of it this morning. We'll get right into it. I have to work on part of that this morning. So if you're just joining us, welcome back. I did take a vacation. I needed a vacation. I need to get a lot of stuff done. We'll talk about that at some point this morning. Just before we open the morning up right here, we should see some weakness here. SPY right now is trading below the 1 and 5 minute. We have some economic reports coming out to open up the week here at 9:45. We have S&P U.S. manufacturing, and then at 10 a.m. we have ISM manufacturing. Construction spending. We're going to get into some other things coming out this week. We've got, of course, FOMC. We've got some GDP kind of stuff, some PCE kind of stuff. And then we've got we have some volatility this week. We have a lot to talk about for the upcoming week here, what to expect. Although I don't expect a lot of volatility until we get into the FOMC meeting. And we have some range expansion here. So just on the open this morning, we'll look at the implied move for today. But I really want you to, what the key point here is to look at the range expansion that we have. We have R3 above at 421.96. And then S3 down below here at 408.41. Hold on here. Hang tight. I don't know why that's not showing up here. Let me put it on the 1 hour. Yeah, right down here, this little green box right here. I just want you to see the hourly here. It's been kind of a good place to buy a dip on. So just so you see this hourly down below here at 413.97. Keep your eye on that this morning. That 414. If you're a bear, you want to be getting underneath that 414. And then just on the 5 minute here, see while we open this up here. Got a little bit of a wonkiness right here. You can reset this. Nice little 3 trigger squeeze on the 1 minute chart, on the 5 minute chart right here. I didn't even notice this. Price is above the 1 and 5 at this point. Just a second here. If price stays above 415.45, we should go higher. I'm not going to expect a lot of vol here until we get into the FOMC. We'll talk about that as well. I'm interested in down below here at buying 414 flat if that's possible. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Good to see you all. It's nice to be back. Chase, I'm reading what Chase just said. Not trading. Got something to go do on Wednesday and go in camp for 4 days. Hell yeah. If you haven't taken a break from the market, I highly recommend it. Chase is saying need a break. I'm telling you what, I needed a fucking break. I had a ton of shit to do, but then I needed a break. Like every OPEX, specifically the quarters, I'm taking a couple days off. This past year, I haven't taken any time off. The time off that I've taken from streaming has been just market closures. Like if you guys remember during the holidays this winter, I took no time off. I streamed right through all the holidays when the market was open. I didn't take a week off, anything like that. And I needed to refresh, reboot my batteries, that kind of stuff. And I had a lot of the crazy part is when you don't take a lot of time off and then you finally do, you realize how much. Of course, my wife has been not the most pleasant person to be around. But due to me not being available to take breaks, to be honest. And so they're off taking vacations without me. And when I finally took this past week off, it was like an avalanche of stuff that I had to accomplish and stuff that I don't pay attention to that I normally should be paying attention to. I was looking at I have some computers at a repair store that have just been sitting there for months. Just sitting there. So showed up to a repair store. I'm like, hey, how are my computers doing? It's bizarre. It's like, man, I need some time off. I need to live like a normal human being. Anyways, and we got a bunch to talk about that too, because I lost some money on FRC. We'll talk about that at some point today. Took a beating on FRC. Not a ton of money, but if it had been a lot of money, normally when I start positions in companies, it's 100 shares at a time. So like Tesla is a lot more risk monetarily. FRC, not so much. But still, I ended up getting caught in FRC. Actually, I was up on FRC. Then I got caught in FRC. When I did my market update last week, Friday or something, I was like, I'm going to close this into the close. I'm doing my hourly or my 1 hour rant. I'm turning it off. And it just started blasting down after hours. And then I bought it again. This time with a stop on it. Ended up selling off again. Ended up having it closed the entire position out. But we'll talk about that at some point today too. And I still have some positions in the market for IWM in June, late June. So anyways, we'll talk about this morning. Right now on the 5-minute chart, SPY is holding up. Okay, we are above 415.56, and we're above the 5-minute. Although I'm not buying this. I don't want to buy this with some reports coming out at 9:45 and at 10 a.m. We race higher, and then it just reverses and blasts down. Market ends up, they put some shorts in the market and stuff like that. So I have no interest in the open here on Monday personally. Now, with all that said, let's start at the beginning. First off, welcome back, everybody. Secondly, if you've been expecting a phone call from me, you're going to get one today. I'm going to be on air today, but taking a large portion of this day where I'm sitting here working in the background while the stream just stays up. I need to make some time available for some people that have been promising things to, and that I've been working on this week. And this is the time to start launching that stuff. So you're gonna see you're not gonna see me here just blabbing for 8 straight hours every day from this point forward. Also, another programming note. I am picking up the last part of a second streaming rig complete. This is like another $5,000 or $6,000 worth of shit. Although it's been repaired and I've purchased it in the past and I've been working on it. And so key point behind this programming note is there should be no reason why I can't stream every day, as long as I'm not in town or something, like here, physically here. With this second streaming setup, I can put a stream up even if I'm not here. I felt like oftentimes I don't. You guys, I'll be like, hey, I'm taking a day off, and I don't put a stream up. It is due to the computing that I need with part of this studio. So I was like, fuck this. I'm gonna put a second streaming rig up and dedicate it. I got a fiber finally came to my house. Fiber's not here yet, but it's gonna be here in the next week or two. So I should be able to. This is like a gig or more or something. Especially in the upload is kind of the key. So you're gonna get as long as I'm here or someone's here where I am, you should be able to get a stream every day consistently from this point forward. So there's some major changes going on in the background. Some good stuff to talk about. Another thing I put this like new thing on where if the guy from Financial Juice is blabbing like the squawker is talking, I can cut his ass right out whenever I want, which is kind of cool. What else? I got a bunch of stuff, cool stuff in the background I'm working on. Anyways, working on a white paper for the trigger stuff, working on the tool and all that kind of stuff. And anyways, all that said, for myself on this open right now, this looks, I mean, normally under normal circumstances, I'd be buying this. But I'm buying this right now. For me right now, I'm not going to buy this only because I don't like the idea of the reports that we have coming out here in just the next few minutes. I always feel like this kind of shit, like a 9:45, 10 o'clock report, it's kind of something where you're like, Yahoo, and then it just rips lower for a minute, and the actual buy was down here. Does that make sense? Now, if I miss this, so be it. I want like 9:45 to pass, 10 a.m. to pass, and I'll jump on board with you. I'll do the Yahoos above here. And see if we're going higher. Now, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about for what your expectations are for the next month for May, right? I am expecting a sell in May and go away. I'm going to say that right away. I'm expecting sell in May, go away. But we're going to talk about seasonality. We're going to talk about what's strong. Even with sell in May and go away, I would not take the posit of that's a 3,600 or 3,000 or 3,200, anything like that. We should close the month on a high, believe it or not, even with sell in May and go away. We're going to talk about rotation into other sectors. There's two weird things to be looking at right now. There's like normal seasonal rotation, and then there's business cycle rotation. And both of those are not giving clear signals for what to expect in May, June, and July. So I might even be asking you for your input on that, what to expect in the month of May. We're already blasting higher right now, trading 416.14. We have R1 above. We've got a couple places above to keep an eye on. Keep an eye on 416.31 and the previous high up here of 416.63. R1 is above at 417.44. You remember when we started the broadcast this morning, I told you that we have some range expansion coming into the market, believe it or not. We're going to talk about buying volatility today as well. Maybe buying and holding volatility, buying some futures contracts, stuff like that for the future. We're going to look at the McAlgo face, cycles, a bunch of stuff. Got a ton of stuff to go over for a Monday here. So hang tight here. We're going to go over a couple things here in just a second. Yeah, I hope all of you are doing well. We're going to look at so seasonality is kind of a wonky thing. Seasonality and business cycles right now are a wonky thing. I was asking on Twitter this morning if anyone thinks that we're coming into natural gas season, XLE, like energy company season. We'll talk about that. What else is fascinating to me right now is tech. Now, we saw a large sell-off in tech, right? Tech seasonally should come back, believe it or not, for May, June, and July. And so I just have scratching my head on some of this stuff. Also, XBI, industrials should, not XBI, XLI, excuse me. XLI should be weak right now. But in a business cycle, it should start to percolate. we should start to be coming into industrials. We're also going to talk today at some point, if I can get around to it, to Ukraine and Russia. And I haven't done a ton of research on this yet. I went down the rabbit hole this week on it, but I couldn't find a definitive answer. And I don't see too many people talking about it, probably because it can come off as callous. But I don't see a lot of talk out there about some of the reasons why for the soft landing involving war around the world, and the recession, the stock market not going into a recession due to war, even if it's proxy war, and we're using our old equipment in Ukraine. We're now building new equipment. It's fascinating that Russia is fighting a proxy war in Ukraine. The U.S. is fighting a proxy war in Ukraine. It's almost as if it's timed. Like we're not in a world war. Everybody, if you guys understand anything about short and long-term debt cycles, you know that we have within these cycles we get what would you say? Well, how would you say it? Like civil strife at home. This would be like when we had Black Lives Matter movement. We had the fucking Nazis running around. We got all this craziness, right? You got people protesting everywhere. And one of the other steps in this, of course, is taxing corporations. And another part of that cycle is usually war of some kind. And even if governments are too smart now to go into a world war, maybe they're fighting in Ukraine and lining up China. And it's fascinating because you have the three world economies. And of course, Russia's not a big one, as big as they think that they are, but you still have three large economies that are gearing up for war and fighting proxy war. Even if war doesn't come in China and Taiwan, if Ukraine and U.S. or if Ukraine and Russia were to come to a truce, you then line up Taiwan and China. And is that part of the reason we're not or at least the stock market's not in recessionary decline? Normally, those companies, defense contractors, can blunt and thwart the hard landing. And I don't see that often talked about. I'm not quite there yet with an answer to that question. I need more data, and it's not easy to find. It's not something that many people, you'll see like semantic news reporting about it, mostly meant to placate people, but the data is a different answer. So anyways, let's talk about some stuff here. Let's look at the next week. Let's look at a bunch of stuff. Yeah, if you want the vol events for this week, basically this is what you're looking for. You've got PCE coming out, volatility. You've got the Fed rate hike decision, volatility. You've got NFPs, that's on the 5th. And then you've got CPI, that's your next vol after that. And then you've got the debt ceiling, right? We know about the debt ceiling. We've been talking about it on the show nonstop. Garbage talking about it. Those are your big ones for the future here. Forecast was 50.4 came in at 50.2. Previously, it was 49.0. That's the manufacturing PMI. Squeezing higher now, trading 416.38, 416.39. All right, we're going to take a look at something right now. A little bit of resistance here at 416.46. We're going to take a look at we'll stay on this right now for you so you can see where we're going right now. Broke through the previous high from Friday. Just going to run this one over here for you real quick. Okay, we're going to take a couple looks at a few things here for you this morning. This is Algo McAlgo face. We're going to take a look at Algo McAlgo face, and I want you to see a couple things here. We have a progressive and regressive EMAs here. The dots that you see, it's hard to show here, but these are dots above, and then we have some X's going down below. If we did have any kind of a failure, I'd be looking for a buy down below here at 388, 392, I should say, currently for the future. But how the algo is saying for us is that now it's calling for this 424, 428 above here. I don't know that we get that high. I'm trying for just 420 if we can get it. And then 430 later in the summer. And a new low down here in June. I'm going to expect this to be, hold on a second here. I'm going to expect this to be your debt crisis down below here. That you're going to be paying attention to coming into, and just right here. This is Friday, May 5th. I'd like you to see the high on the 5th of May. Do I think it's on May 5th? I don't know. I don't think it's the 5th. I think it could be the 3rd. That's when we have FOMC, where you get your high, and then we begin to sell May. Then we get a new low in May on May 24th. We get a relief rally bounce into the beginning of June. And then we trade back down again. This, I believe, part of this is going to be your debt ceiling panic. And more debt ceiling panic in the beginning of June here. Then we go back above again and finally take out that 430. And that's sometime in late July here. So just pay attention to these as time moves forward. I also want you to notice here that PMO and PPO, PPO and PMO is trying for another high here. And you can kind of see that cycle kind of matches up with this May 5th. Up in here, so at least the PMO, PPO is saying we're going higher, not that we're going to roll over at this point. So May 5th, May 3rd, somewhere in there. It says May 5th. My assumption is that Algo McAlgo face doesn't know about the FOMC meeting, so just into that FOMC meeting. I believe that's the 3rd of May. So 2 more sessions. murder the VIX a little bit more. I don't know how well you can see this, but these are zigzag channels here. You can see that we've stayed inside of our channel. I want to maybe I can change these here. Let me see if I can change these zigzag channels. So, no, let's make this one red, and we'll make this thicker, big fat thick one, and then we'll make this one. Does this work? Make that one green, I guess. Here, see if that works. Press OK. That do anything? Not really, did it? Not really showing it here. Anyways, big thing to see here is that we were in a downtrend, right? You can see that downtrend. You can see we've now broken out of our downtrend. You can also see that the dip was bought back here in middle of March, and the dip was bought once again. We are right now still at some resistance here. You can see right now we are at some resistance. As long, though, as this white line stays above this red line on this PMO, the move is higher. What is shocking here is some of the targets above are on the extreme higher here. 450, 460. This kind of disagrees with Algorithmic face. Now, if we do hold above 420, it's kind of a key level here. If we hold above 420, the trend is up. So bulls are going to want to, and bears, of course, this is 4,200 in SPX. Pay attention to this because this does point the way higher. Bulls want to get above to trade this next zone higher. 420 is kind of the key to opening the door to, believe it or not, 460. 460. Here's July right here. This is actually July 7th. That's 474, 476. Do I think that we're going up here? Unlikely. I don't like the idea of us coming back down over here. I like the idea of us pushing up here into May 5th, right? And then coming back down to find the next leg higher, even if that is at a lower price, somewhere below 4,000. There's 4,000 there to get us higher, or possibly even that 380 that Algorithmic face is saying. So pay attention to that. Pay attention to if you're a bear out there and you see the market begin at some point to roll over. If you see the tag higher and you see us blast down here and have some weakness in May, to temper your expectations. 380, 385. You know, you get that, oh, the market's going to crash, and then boom, there goes the run higher. So the nastiest or the worst that I see for the bulls right now, for the bulls, the nastiest that I'm seeing is holding 4,000. Everybody hates 4,000, but if this market rolls over in May, 4,000. If you're a bear out there and you're like, we're getting 3,800, no problem. I'll give you that. As far as trading outside of our trend is up. I got to tell you, I'll show it to you. Our trend is up. It's not like I'm just drawing lines on a sheet of paper. On the S&P 500, at least, the zigzag patterns, you can see that on zigzags, at least, this is our downtrend. We are now in an uptrend. If you want to see this uptrend get broken, you need to see right now a break currently for today. You need to see a break of 4,004.05. And then even then, if you break this, you need the rejection move lower to get that 3,800. And that's just right now. On May 5th, if we squeeze up, and then you get that bloodbath. Hopefully, you can get the 3,800 after May 5th. Let's call it May 5th to May 20th, May 30th. This is kind of like the line in the sand for bears to say, hey, we're going lower. This is 3,600 over here, 3,800 over here. But even right now, into May 5th, my point here being, into May 5th, if we go up into May 5th and come back down and hold 4,000, it's not a good sign. So we're going to pay attention and keep track of market breadth. If market breadth is down, I mean, price matters here. If market breadth rolls over at some point into May 5th, we get way down here and price is only at 4,000. It's hard to make the case that we're getting a crash, right? If we're only halfway rolled over here, and price has come down significantly, like our breadth has only come this far, and price is already down at 4,000. Yeah, I'll give you the 380 at that point, and we'll get that roll down below that you're looking for as a bear. But until that happens, and between now and the 5th, the move looks like it's up, and the pullback doesn't look as bad as bears are calling. You know, that 3,600 starts to disappear. 3,600 ends up disappearing. The idea of market crash. I mean, the market crash is not on the books right now. It's not on the table right now. There's nothing saying market crash, and you really have to. Bears have to break 4,000. Number one for bears, you don't want to trade higher into FOMC. Number two for bears, if we squeeze higher into FOMC, right, and we start trading down, you have to get below 4,000 to break trend. You have to get below 4,000. And then if you break below 4,000, you need to be watching market breadth and see where market breadth is for much lower lows. Hold on, let me just show you guys something else here. We're going to look at the T3 really quickly, too. I actually got a couple things to show you here. So, right now, let's see if I can mute this or something. Not over there. Just right now, we're a little overbought in the daily, but not completely. So this yellow box right here, this is the daily velocity, okay? And we're kind of there. We're kind of at the topping. We're at the topping part of, hold on a second here. We're kind of at a topping pattern here, but not quite there yet. Like, we're there. See this yellow line right here? We're there, but not quite there yet. So, is it today? Is it tomorrow? Is it on the 3rd? Is it on the 5th? Somewhere in there. You get what I'm saying? You have like 2-3 days stacked up here, and then the decline starts to come into play. So just be patient if you're a bear. But we're getting there. This is the hourly. This is the hourly velocity down below right here. This green, right? And I want you to see this. The hourly velocity is coming back down. We're starting to lose the hourly. This isn't good for bulls. So at least for a bull or for a bear right now, it's more of a in my view, either put on a call spread or put spread, buy some volatility, buy the VIX, and just don't be buying calls and all that shit. Just like own the VIX and be done with it, and come back and check later in the week or in 2 or 3 weeks to see if you get the rollover that you're looking for. But there's something else showing up here on the chart that I want you to be looking out for. So this is the SPY right now, but it shows across the SPY, and it shows across. It also shows across. A little bit of a dump there. Okay. So another thing to be paying attention to here is any of you are wondering why the dip got bought earlier this week or last week on the hourly trigger. Price is above the daily, it's above the weekly, and it's above the monthly right now. This is kind of a key thing for you to be paying attention to. I want you to pay attention to this. See this yellow line right here? And I want you to see the orange line right here. And I want you to see the blue line right here. And this is when you see the VIX being sold down to 17, 16, 15, 14. This is also being expressed in the stock in the actual S&P 500. You're seeing price above the daily, the weekly, and the monthly trend. And I'm going to lead into another conversation, but I want you to remember this because I'm going to show you velocity on higher time frames here in just a moment. And what is happening here is you're seeing the stock market trying to distance itself from volatility, even if it's only for a short amount of time. Let's say it's to summer or fall or winter, outside of normally sell in May or weak middle of like a moment of summer of weakness, or the fall selling that we normally encounter in September, October, times like that. The market itself, price is not below these three colored lines. And I want to show you examples of this in the past and what the market is at least trying to do right now. And I want you to remember the price above the yellow, the orange, and the blue line. It's a return to some extent of a less volatile market. You can see where it takes place in previous examples. The market goes higher. We actually prices above the yellow, the orange, and the blue. Whenever the price is below the orange and yellow and blue, bad things tend to happen. Really bad things. As a matter of fact, I made a post. There were two instances this winter where it was very dangerous, where we were in some crash territory. Price was below the blue, the yellow, and the orange, and there was high risk of the market crashing. I'm going to assume at that point the Fed knew that. And I want you to see that as it expresses itself right now. Right now, I want you to see this on the S&P 500, that currently the S&P 500 is attempting to separate itself. You can see we tried this once before back in February. We're unsuccessful, and we've been consolidating the entire way, and the market is once again attempting this. If you are a bear out there, you want to see price get below 398 on the SPY, 398. So that 4,000 area is crucial for bulls to hold. 4,000. Anything below that 4,000, you can at least start talking about 3,800. I wouldn't be talking about 3,600, but I would be talking about 3,800. So that's kind of a key level here. 397 on the SPY and 4,000 on SPX. And I'm going to show you one more thing. Oh, nice. See that little rollover? Thankfully, I did not buy that. Let that market open wide up. I'm going to show you one more thing here. Hold on here. I'm looking for here. Higher time frames. There we go. Crash predictor. We're going to get the crash predictor for the bears. Really the crash predictor. Okay, crash predictor. Get your pen and paper out if you're a bear. Get your pen and paper out. I did a lot of work this week. Pen and paper if you're a bear. I'm going to show you some of our worst crashes here. It's a big one right there, right? This is 2008. If you're a bear out there, get your pencils out. I think I was talking to somebody and I was like, yeah, I can probably give you the exact places where we're going to bottom. This is an ugly one, right? 2008, doozy. Boom, boom, boom. Blasted right through the white line, went down to the gray line down here. Not a good one, right? So just back over here, depending upon I know that some of you bears out there are like, we're going to the depths of hell. I'm going to give you 3 targets. 2078.02. 2703.77. Here's the COVID low. If you think it's worse than COVID, right? The COVID low is 3335.37. Okay, 33. So it comes up, right? Remember when we were talking about 2800? Then remember they were talking about 3200? And I guarantee you now they're talking about 3300. And that's because the hedge funds use this calculation for when you hear like Mike Wilson, all those guys say, we're going to crash. So down below, 3328.65. That's your updated number that bears want to keep in mind. Now, with that said, what I do want to show you is something that's important for you to pay attention to here, okay? I want you to pay attention to this as I talk to you about this. Okay, this is a crash predictor. I want to show you this. I'm gonna tag a line here for you. You see this right here? See that top right there? I want to show you something here, okay? I want you to show you the top here. This is weekly velocity. And I want you to, before we ever got to the top here, you saw velocity declining on the weekly. On the monthly, we had a topping process here, and we began to decline, okay? We were starting to get really toppy here in the 3-month, and then we started to roll over here. See that there? I want you to see that. It's important for you to see that. Okay, see that decline before it happened, decline before it happened, decline before it happened. We had some daily stuff here, but another decline on the daily. The decline on the daily, the weekly, the monthly, and the 3-month, all predicting new lows in the S&P 500. All bad. When you have four velocities like this rolling over at the same time, and the accumulation has ended, accumulation all at the same time, and then they've ended. And now what you're seeing, though, is some kind of a flattening here, and accumulation here. You're watching, this is bearish divergence here, right? The extreme bearishness down here. Not so much bearish anymore, right? Looks like accumulation. And some accumulation here, right? It's not showing us crash right now. And I want you to pay attention to that because the expectation here is that you'll continue to see more accumulation. You'll see more accumulation. And then when we get up here at 50, when we get up here at 30 or 50, we begin to see a topping pattern here around 50. And as long as, even if we're going through daily cycles, this is why the daily was bought the other day, price should still go higher. Does that make sense? And until we see that decline again, a decline in this velocity across the board, there is no prediction for a crash right now. So although you're like, hey, yeah, we're going down to 3,300, my posit to you is that historically, it's not showing that. Historically, it's not showing that decline. This crash predictor has a fairly good, not fairly good, it has a beautiful track record of showing when we're topping out in the accumulation of the market. So you'll hear on social media, people on social media say things like, this is the dip to buy, by the way. You'll hear people on social media say things like, they'll say, hey, look, they'll say, when the market's going to crash, institutions will prop price up or they'll squeeze price higher, and all along the way, they're divesting the market, and they're just not telling you. And I saw a lot of that talk the last couple weeks. And I'm like, nah. I just looked back on all these different crashes. I've looked back at every single one of them. And this crash predictor shows you when they are divesting in the background. The only time that I've seen where it was hard to see, it was there, but it was hard to see, was the COVID crash. COVID crash caught a lot of institutions off guard. Not all of them, but a lot of them were along this market in the COVID crash. But every other one, going back like till the 1920s, you could actually see in the background that act that you'll see in social media, you'll see in the news, you'll see people saying, yeah, they're getting out of the market, they're just not telling you. And so far right now, we're not seeing that. So far right now, market's being bought by institutions. I saw an article again last week by Bloomberg saying it's retailers, it's small buyers, small investors. No, that's fucking hedge funds. Those are very smart people that leave banks and that are putting that money into the market. In my view, at least. Not my view, but I got the data to back it up. So just be aware of that as we move forward. That 3,300 is likely going to be where Mike Wilson and those kind of guys are going to call for that next 30% decline. That's what he's talking about. And I gave you the other strikes for you to look at. So below that, I'll give you the exact numbers one more time. You've got 3331.89. This is current. 2691.81, and then 2062.20. That's if you're a collapse bear. You're like it's coming. We're crashing, and just circling back around. I think they're fucking you over with that war shit. Yeah, you like that Algo face, right? So, the state of the market. Let's talk about the state of the market. Your view, well, not your view, my view into the month of May is I'm going to expect the market to be stabilized and possibly squeeze up into FOMC rate decision. That's my posit. My next posit is we're likely going to sell into, let's call it the 21st or 23rd of May. You're going to see a relief rally into June, beginning of June. And I'm sure bulls are going to get all bulled up. This is a shout out to Chase. And then we're going to come out with the bullshit debt ceiling crisis, which is bullshit, but it doesn't matter. Even if it is bullshit, it doesn't matter. And that'll give us our weakness into the beginning of June. It'll catch bulls by their balls. And sorry, I'm laughing at all this shit. Shouldn't be laughing at all this stuff. And now let's look at VIX. Let's look at our stepchild VIX. VIX right now trading 15. Sorry, I can't. VIX trading like a redheaded stepchild. It's trading $15.89. You already know what I want on VIX. I've already told you I want. Wait a minute, I'm on the wrong VIX. Am I on the wrong VIX here? I think I want like $14 and change. I think I've said that. $14 and change on the VIX. Let me see if I can. Let's look at VXX. No, not VX. Oh, man. Because VXX getting destroyed right now. That's like VXX is like natty gas. That shit'll just tear you to pieces. I don't know what's going on. Somehow my drawings are gone on VIX. I charted this out. Everyone was like, "Oh, it's gone back to March. Now it's gone back to November." I'm like, "No. I'm looking for." I'm looking for springtime 2021. That's what I was charting actually. Springtime 2021, the VIX lows. So I guess I'm gonna have to go back there and look again. 2021 VIX lows. Let's see if we can find it here. There they are, right there. Look at that. What do we got here? 2021. Well, we're almost there. They're like, yeah, but there were lows before that. I'm like, nah, I don't care. I'm looking for seasonality here in the VIX, baby. Yeah, right there. 1503. How about 1503? I'll take 1503. That was June 21. Where's May? Damn, May just got destroyed. We'll do some tagging down here. There's what's that? April 14th, 2021. Put some more lines in down there. Got another one down there, 1502. Got another low of $14.13. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. May 7th. As a matter of fact, this is kind of fascinating. Got right in there. Right in there. Just a second here. 1 minute chart. 30-minute chart. Oh, yeah, baby. Get down there and just take out like 1413, 1502. Either way, look at this right now. Like $14.13, 1539, 1502. Like you can just own the VIX. And what's a dollar or two in owning the VIX? You know, I'd buy a futures contract down the road, like don't be buying like something that's expiring soon. Now trading 416.75. 5-minute chart, extreme bullishness right here. We're trading right off it, trading 416.75. Price target above 417.44. You got fucked by SoFi? What happened with SoFi, man? I like SoFi here. SoFi was looking good this morning. Oh, dude, SoFi got destroyed. Woo, doggy. Dude, what happened with SoFi? SoFi was looking great, by the way. SoFi was looking beautiful. SoFi had a great squeeze off the hourly and a weekly trigger there. SoFi got destroyed. What happened with SoFi? Was it earnings? Trading 416.76 right now. I sound different. Yeah, I used to have I have a sound mixer, and I didn't realize that all of the settings were reset. And so my sound mixer, I've been like, yeah, my sound mixer's working, and my sound mixer hasn't been working. So now it's working. Nice. Look at that. 416.76. Nice range expansion. Let's look for the implied move for today. We'll talk about that briefly. So you guys get my gist here, right? Hopefully you get my gist. Hope you get my gist here. Does it look like we're going to crash? Fuck no. I looked on all the macro you need. I updated my all the macro you need charts. And then you know what I did? I'm not going to name names. Because I don't, my YouTube doesn't show me other trading channels anymore. I don't know why that is, but it's not. It's just not. I don't know why. I don't know if I'm getting like banned or something. So you have an implied move today of 418. Now, at least the options market's saying expect a high of 418.10. That's right here. The options market is priced here. Just do implied move. Well, options market. Now, of course, we know the 0-to-8 market can fuck with this, right? We definitely know that the options are the 0-to-8 market. This does not account for the 0-to-8 market. What am I doing here? Getting some wonkiness. Hold on here. 1 week. No, 417.88, 415.07. 415.11. Now, don't hold me to these. 415.11, right down in here. This is the implied. We know that the zero dates can move this shit up and down, but this is basically what we're looking at today. But I watched this. So, I mean, some of these people out there on YouTube, man, they're like, they're fucking, they're grasping at straws. Like, I was watching one guy, I'm not going to name names, and I actually like this guy. But he made this video, I think, Friday or Thursday or something. It could have been over the weekend. I don't know. It was sometime I watched it. I don't know when the video was published. But he was showing the yield curve inversion. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, show me the fucking yield curve inversion. And he showed it, and he's like, the yield curve inversion is always right. He's like, 2s and 10s, they're always right every single time. And I'm like, that's not true. Not true. That is not fucking true. But I'll let that slide. I was like, I'll let this slide. I will let this slide. So I'm like, okay, now show me the yield curve inversion. So he does. He shows me the yield curve inversion. Hold on a second here. He shows me the yield curve inversion. I'm like, okay, show me that yield curve inversion. But he's got the yield curve inversion on like a fucking 50-year chart or something. It was like a weekly chart, like going back 100 years. And I was like, and then he's like pointing with his cursor. He's like, see right here? He's like, you see that right there? Crash. See right there? Crash. See right there? Crash. And I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm like, spread that chart out a little bit against the SPX. Because what it also shows is the SPX grinding higher for like a year or 3 years. I'm like, you're acting like somebody who's got $1 million, or not $1 million, like $600 million, and you got friends over at JPM. They're going to hold that trade for you. It's like fucking Mike Burry. Like, you're going to hold that trade for the next 3 years, 7 years. Market's going to grind higher, and then you're going to eventually be right. So that his posit is great. I agree with his posit. I'm like, fuck yeah, I agree with that posit. But then I'm like, yeah, there's so much for the shit at play. And then you're relating that to a SPY chart or an SPX chart that's like a daily chart showing you the last 6 months. And I'm like, you can't really show a chart that's like 60 years, 30 years, fucking 40 years, and then compare that against the daily chart in the S&P 500. Fucking S&P 500 will go up and hit all-time highs. And then you'll get your yield curve inversion. Matter of fact, part of the yield curve inversion has to do with the proxy wars we're in. Like, when does it happen? How important is that to you as a retail trader? Not so much. Not so much. And we can look at that chart if you want. I've got the yield curve inversion. I've got all the macro you need chart back there. We can take a look at it if you want. It's a new month. We can look at it, but it's saying the same thing. Like, this market can easily grind higher, sideways and higher for the next year. It can do it for 3 years before you get that yield curve inversion that actually pays out for you, that market crash that you're looking for. We know that the hourly is weak right now on the T3 chart. So I'm going to keep an eye on that in the background. Hourly getting a little bit soft here. Hourly trigger is at 414.12. So right where this green bar is right here. I told you earlier that's what I wanted to buy. At the open this morning when I came on with you, I said I want to buy this down here if possible. So anyways, you can't look at the yield curve inversion, rate, especially if we're just pausing. We'll talk about that later today too. The Fed, if you're a bull, you want to see a pause or a rate hike. I'll be honest with you. If you're a bull, that's what you want to see. Even if we're weak, the market will continue to trade sideways and up. You do not want to see rate cuts in any way, shape, or form. If you see rate cuts, no bueno. No bueno. You want to see the Fed fighting inflation, even if they're really not fighting inflation. And you want to see rates continue or even just a pause. You do not want to see rate cut. You don't even want to see, you don't even want to hear. You don't want to hear thinking about rate cuts. You don't want to hear like any notion of rate cut. You don't want to hear the word whispered. And as a matter of fact, I'm not going to really, I was thinking about talking about this stuff today, but I don't think I am. But anyways, the war stuff, there's like two instances. There's two instances, well, three instances where you don't want to hear a few things. You're going to think, yeah, I want to hear this stuff, but you don't. If you hear something like rate cut, you're likely going to see the market squeeze higher, and then we're going to fucking bloodbath. You'll get you 3,300. If you hear a truce in Ukraine, you'll likely see an initial face ripper. But that could also turn into any kind of truce could ultimately turn into the market rolling over. And that would be where, believe it or not, war is, even if it's proxy, war is giving us part of our soft landing. It is competing against the recession, rearing its ugly face in our economy. It's keeping people employed in the U.S., believe it or not. It's keeping people at work. It's keeping production up. It's helping GDP. Giving away all of our old equipment and rebuilding and making new equipment, sending our warships around the world, higher tempo, the threat of war with Taiwan and China. If those things weren't there, if like Taiwan, China wasn't there, and if Ukraine wasn't there, that could be an issue. The market could crash on that. Believe it or not, I mean, we could get the initial rip up, but then you get the rollover. That stuff is most certainly helping with the soft landing. So keep those things in the back of your mind. Keep the rate cuts in the back of your mind. If you're a bull, those are like the three things on your mind. Is like, do not cut rates. This sounds like really shitty to say, but it's like, if you're a stock market bull, you don't want to hear cuts. You don't want to hear a truce in Ukraine. This is horrible. You don't want to see China-U.S. relations getting along just fine. Not right now. Not where the yield curve inversion is. And not where unemployment is. All that kind of stuff. You don't want to hear that stuff. If you see resolutions to those three things in rate cuts, expect a bloodbath. Isn't that terrible to say? It's awful. If you're putting money into the market, I saw someone saying they're putting money into long-term port. You should be using a market breadth for timing that kind of stuff. When to put money into these tickers. As a matter of fact, I got some tickers to go over with you today, too. I was going to post some of these. Some I posted on FinTwit and others I didn't, because the others rely heavily upon market breadth to enter them. But we will go over some tickers later today. Some tickers to look at for long-term holdings. Hourly's still cooling off on the SPY right now. Hourly's coming down. I'll show you this in the background. That's just so you can see it really quick. This is the green boxes down here. This is the hourly. Hoping that we can cool off here. We can get price to get down below the 1 minute and the 5 minute. Come back down here and just check this hourly. Nice little dip buy down here. Hoping we can get this. I don't know that we will. However, it resolves itself. You can see we got on the hourly print just now was positive. So you can see this hourly print right now. We're at 10:30 in the morning, and we just got a positive print on the hourly. So I might get thwarted here. I might just get thwarted here. Let's look at the 1 minute chart, 15-minute chart, and the 1 hour chart. I want to buy that there, but we just got a positive print on the hourly chart. So not looking good for me to buy the dip. Like I want to buy this right now, to be honest with you. Price still above the 5-minute 27 EMA. It's got a positive print on the hourly right now. Yeah, so I'd say if you're a bear, I don't think it's bad to own the VIX. I don't think it's a bad idea to own the VIX. Yeah, follow my cursor. Hey, Johnny, good to see you, man. No, I think you can. I think you can buy. I think buying VIX or buying VXX is awesome too. I don't think options are good on VIX. I fucking hate the VIX option. VIX options are dead, man. Like, I'm sorry, like EVXY, all that shit. I have no interest in it, but like actually owning it, like the next contract, I think is fine. VIX owning VIX futures, I got no problem with that. I'm just holding on to it the next few days. But there's a stabilization in the markets. I mean, I got to be honest with you guys. Like, if you're a bear out there, you got to have a sober look at yourself. And when we start trading $15, $14, $16, $17, it's the best tool for if you're a retailer out there, investor, bear, sell side. One of the best tools you can be looking at is when the VIX is high, right? When the VIX is trading between 20 and 30, it's telling you, hey, we're elevated because of volatility in the market. When the VIX starts to reprice itself higher, it's telling you, right? Hey, we're going to 40. Hey, we're going to 50. You know, like the bottom is 30. It's telling you there's real risk in the market. When the VIX starts to trade down below 20, it's telling you it's giving you a forward view saying, hey, we can have down weeks and we can get the VIX up to 25. We could even have a 1 month out of 3 months where the VIX goes to 30. But if the VIX is getting repriced down to 15, it's at least a caution to you if you're a bear. Like, hey, take a breather. Sell the levels. Don't be looking for the crash. Like, sell it to 4,000. Sell it to 3,800. Be measured in your response, or be measured in your bearishness. If the VIX was 20 to 30, and I would say to you, yeah, fuck yeah, you want to get down to 3,800? Fuck yeah, it's happening, or it's a higher probability of it happening. When the VIX is starting to get down below that 20, and it doesn't look good for the crash scenario at this point. I might take a trade here. Hold on a second here. We got some 417s lined up. They're 44 cents. There's 170,000 contracts on them. We are bullish above 415.97. 5 minute right now, confirming the move is higher, at least on the hourly trigger. But Mike Wilson promised. Take a look at my own profile here. We're going to look at some stuff, some things that I posted this morning. Yeah, so seasonality of gold. I posted that chart. I posted the chart of gold. It showed it this morning on FinTwit, and it doesn't necessarily show a decline in gold, but it does show like a consolidation for gold. Can gold be positive in May and June? Yes. It looks more like the sideways trade. So if you are a gold bull, I'd be looking for September to be your big month. If you're still accumulating gold, you're going to look for that accumulation phase for the month of May and June for a September payout. XLE, I posted that one this morning for you, and it showed a strong start to May in XLE. So if you are interested in XLE, I'm going to take a look at XLE real quick. We'll see what it's saying. Had some weakness on the open this morning. On a 1-hour chart, though, it's trying to resolve itself. 1-hour chart, still trying to resolve itself, consolidating. Consolidating had a low 2 days ago on Thursday of 82.70. It was bought. It looks like it's being bought right now as well. There was a big accumulation phase in XLE back in late March. You can see that nice little bull flag on XLE, and we'll take a look at it real quick. And I want to show you XLE in a 30-minute chart. And I want you to see that XLE is on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trigger cluster here. So even though it's resolving itself right now, this is XLE. I'm looking for higher highs on it. I'm looking to attack 86.30 and then the highs again at 87.20 in the next 5 to 10 sessions. 5 to 10 sessions. Next 5 to 10 sessions on XLE. The trade would be dead on XLE. Trade would be dead on XLE if you start to see new lows on these previous lows here. Right now, we're not seeing those, so seeing all these dips be bought. Dip was bought here, dip was bought here, dip was bought here. As long as this upward trend holds on XLE, the move is higher. XLE. And you could possibly look for some companies underneath. I am long the SPY. I'm long on 417 Cs. So XLE, just keep an eye on it. It should do well in the beginning here of the month. I like that it's on a 5 trigger cluster. You could, if you were just own XLE, you could have, you could just make an alert on XLE. Yeah, look at it right here. So XLE. All you have to do is buy it and have a sell underneath. This trend right here. You can see this trend right here. You can actually set sell alerts underneath. And you see that you can actually create an alert right on this plane here as long as this plane holds. I'm going to expect XLE to go up into the next few sessions at least. You can decide what you're going to take for profit on that. But I do like XLE beginning of the month. I do like that it's on a cluster. Yeah, I think it's going to fucking explode, to be honest with you. I think it's going to explode higher. Pair's at 24. Yeah, I think XLE is going to be like the one that, like, if there's something that's going to carry the SPY, it's probably XLE. What else did I post on FinTwit this morning? I posted the they told me to inverse Kramer ETF. That's been very nice to see. That in fact, so I have a friend, I'm not going to name names, but I have a friend, a developer that is working on Jim Cramer's, has been working on Jim Cramer's callouts for the past 5 years or something, 10 years. And Jim Cramer actually, all that like inverse Jim Cramer shit is a crock of shit. And it's kind of nice to see the ETF is failing right now. The ETF is any recommendation Jim Cramer gives. The ETF opens a short position against his long positions, and that ETF is failing right now. It's kind of nice to see. And that was the same conclusion that this dev collects data of Jim Cramer. And as a matter of fact, or I should say that you'll actually see Jim Cramer's trades go up, and then over time they do come down eventually. You can't hold them to a call for multiple years on end or anything like that. But he makes calls. Well, there's two points to understand about Jim Cramer. 2 key points. I'm not a fan of Jim Cramer. I want to be clear on this. I'm not a Jim Cramer fan. But I do want to make some points clear about Jim Cramer. Number 1, Jim Cramer is probably the closest, and this comes from this. Now this part comes from Winky. Oh, my lines came back. Awesome sauce. I don't know why, but they just finally came back. Okay, fine. Double bottom on the VIX right now. Next target for VIX down below is 1476. But I do want to say something about Jim Cramer. Even though, I'll be honest. Let's start at the beginning. I was in the market when Jim Cramer came on Jon Stewart's show and apologized for leading retail astray. And that enraged me. I didn't like Jim Cramer. I was, for many years, decades, right? Fucking hate him. But I've had people over time make some points to me that I had to put some consideration in. Winky made a great point. He said, you know what? For all the hell that Jim Cramer catches, he's the closest thing that a retailer has to being on their side. Now, there can be an argument made that he's not on your side, that he gets paid not to fuck you over. But let's be honest. If there's anyone out there that's like got a show dedicated to you as the retailer, it's probably fucking Jim Cramer. I don't think it's really anybody else that's like, hey, I'm going to talk about your favorite ticker. I don't think there's any shows out there talking about your shit stock other than Jim Cramer. There's no one else you can call into, and there's like fucking millions of people watching. So I got to give him that respect. I do. It's deserved. But the one that got my ass was when this developer was like, oh, bro, I've been tracking Jim Cramer for years. He's like, I've got all the data on Jim Cramer. And I mean all of it. This guy's hella smart, like super fucking smart. He's one of if I showed you his resume, there aren't too many smarter than this guy, nor with the credentials of this guy. And this guy was like, I want to tell you 2 things. He's like, you'd be shocked at the number of tickers that guy covers. He's like, you'd be shocked. He's like, that guy goes over. He's like, if you look at anyone else out there, any retailer, anybody on FinTwit, anybody on CNBC, Fox News, Fox Business News, fucking Bloomberg, it doesn't matter. That fucking guy talks about tickers all the time. And if you track every one of those tickers that he's made predictions about, he's fucking right most of the time, like 70% of the time. It's like 70%. And I was like, that's bullshit. He's like, let me show you the numbers. So it was late night, of course, and he's showing me the numbers, and I'm like, motherfucker. I'm like, so why is all this inverse Jim Cramer shit? Where does that come from? And I got to be honest, I think it comes from people getting fucked when Jim Cramer makes a call. And there's a cacophony of it. I'm assuming it's just bad trading, bad investing. Oh, yeah, baby, squeeze it up higher. 417C is now trading 60 cents. Thank you for flying with Captain Jim James Airlines. Now trading 63 cents. Oh. New high on the SPY, trading 416.80 right now. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. We want a breakdown right now of the VIX, please. Trading 416.89 on that trade right now. Now trading 60 cents. You can always take profit and get out of here if you want. Jim Cramer actually does a good job. And I was kind of fascinated with the inverse Cramer ETF because I'm like, this fucking thing's going to lose money. Like this although they're not releasing what they short of his calls, like they're very vague on it. But even being vague, they're fucking losing, which is great because he's got a 70% win rate. Now, we're launching that tool that will show you that Jim Cramer is actually a great fucking trader. Yeah, it's kind of bizarre to watch because I think it has more to do with like a street cred thing for a retailer to be like, yeah, fuck Jim Cramer. It's because it's cool. It's like the most recent fad. So I'm going to tell you, in the background, ooh, trading 416.89 right now. Ooh, oh, ooh. Trading 64 cents on 417C right now. Ooh, 64 cents. Ooh. Getting all hot and steamy on the mic right now. Hold on, Becky. I promised my girl Becky that I wouldn't swear on stream. Promised her, so I'm just going to breathe deeply to you. She keeps telling me not to curse anymore, so 416.89 right now. 63 cents on 417C. New lows on the VIX. VIX trading $15.71. Should I just take some off right here? I'm gonna cut a little bit loose. Got a little bit. Let some runners run. Trading 15.71 on the VIX right now. So anyways, inverse Jim Cramer. Not, in my view, I don't know what their mechanics are. They won't release exactly what their mechanics are, but even them not releasing their mechanics, they're fucking losing. It's got that fucking ETF is going to zero, I guarantee it. Over time, I'm gonna make a statement here. That fucking inverse Cramer ETF is going to fucking zero. And if it doesn't go to zero, it's because they're not doing what they said they were going to do. Now trading 416.89, 65 cents on 417s, 66 cents. Taking a little bit more off the top right now. That fucking ETF's going to zero. I'm going to almost guarantee that they're going to change what the fuck they're doing to keep that ETF alive, or it's going to burn to zero. The data, matter of fact, you should just fucking short that ETF to the ground. Now, it might pop up again. It might pop up again when we fucking roll the market over for a minute. But that ETF is going to burn. Mark my words. Unless they run kind of some bullshit scam. Like, oh, we're shorting every ticker he calls out. Well, we're not shorting those, though. Something like that, outside of that, to keep the ETF alive, they will lose. And we're going to prove this, too. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. What else did I call out this morning before the open? Fubo. Called out Fubo this morning. What's Fubo trading right now? $1.21. It's coming into its first resistance point right now if you're on that Fubo trade. It's slamming into its hourly trigger at $1.21. If Fubo can stay above $1.21, its next target above is $2. $2 needs to like right now it's just tagged the $1.21. So we'll see if it can consolidate and make a move higher. Fubo. Love taking time off. Love taking time off. Fucking 100 for 100. That's what happens. Oh! What's going on with Dash this morning? Dash with a 5 trigger cluster. Posted that 2 hours ago. Dash. What's Dash doing? What time did I post that Dash at? What time did I post that at? 7:55 this morning. Ooh. 7:55 this morning. And it's ripping fucking face off right now. I don't know what else to say to you. Fubo, Dash, both ripping faces off this morning. Ripping faces off this morning. Not bad. Doing pretty good here. Now, we do have a problem here. Goddamn AESI. I like AESI. If you're going to buy that shit, you got to hold it for a long time. I'm not going to do any predictions on that one. That's just buy and hold. Come back and check on it later. $20. You can go to like 20, 21. 24 would be the excitement level. Next one I talked about, natural gas, right? It says on AESI, I said buy and hold. Just buy and don't fucking look at it. My idea behind this trade, too, is multifold. It provides a bunch of shit for these gas companies that frack. I know it's all bad, but I think that it's going to... They just IPO'd as well. Everything's been positive. I think they IPO'd at $18, so that's what they were selling that shit for. It's like right around $18 on a bad place to own it. But anyways, do your own due diligence, AESI. Then my next question that I asked this morning was, are we coming into nat gas season? So let's look. So my idea here is, if we're coming into nat gas season, XLE should perform. I don't care about I do care about nat gas, but I mostly care about is the people that give the equipment and the materials. Note that company there, AESI, provides the material used for fracking for gas. So I care more about that. I'm assuming they're going to come and be like, yeah, fuck yeah, these fucking guys are fracking their asses off, and it's going to print spring and summer. Now, traditionally, natural gas starts to ramp up right now into summertime. There's 2 like buy seasons every year for nat gas. We're going to look at that right now. And so I just posed that question. I don't have a nat gas is going up. I don't have a conviction on nat gas coming into season. I have a conviction on nat gas coming into season for the companies, but I'm unsure on the price of nat gas going up. But I do want to bring it up because seasonally, we begin the buying season for nat gas. So maybe one of you guys out there knows more about it than I do, because I don't trade nat gas like I used to. That was more of a question. What do you guys think about? Is it better to invest in the companies for nat gas? Is it time to buy nat gas and just buy and hold nat gas? There was a bottoming that took place on the 26th of April. And it seems like all these dips keep getting bought. So it's just somewhere I buy it and I hold it. Trading $6.83 right now. 417C trading 66 cents right now. I've got just another 30 or so kicking off here. So I got 30 more contracts. We'll see how long this holds up. And I'll cut loose as we get up to that R1 above. The implied move I think this morning was at 418.10. That 417C, there's 150,000 contracts. Looks like there's more now. Looks like there's now 183,000 trading 72 cents right now with the big giant green fucking balls on SPY. Welcome back, motherfuckers. Free money. CaptainJimJames. If you're a hedge fund out there, day traders are back. I feel offended. Like, people on CNBC are like calling me out. I'm like, those motherfuckers are watching this show. People on CNBC are like, there's like fucking 5 or 10 guys on YouTube and Twitch, and all they're doing is they're trading the SPY all day long. SPX the SPY. Got like thousands of people trading SPY. They're all pissed off because they're trading the 0-day market. For 1705, whenever we're at a round number, you should expect a reversal. Taking 72 cents right now on 20 contracts. I now have 10 contracts left. Remember, when we hit round numbers like 417, 418, 420, you'll see the algorithms do some natural selling. 10 little ones left. I want to see if we can get up here to that R1 at least. We could have a quick reversal here. Do another check, see if we can get up there. Something like that. If I get burned on this one, I'm looking for the closing my trade if we trade below this white line right here. It's good to be back. It's good to have a vacation, man. I feel fresh, baby. I was making money with Winky and Joe Donut last week, making phone calls with those guys. Winky was getting hit. I was taking hits. Winky's taking hits. Calling these two guys. I'm like, today's a trend day. I'm like, today's a trend day. I wasn't doing that publicly, but I was doing it behind the scenes. Just so you guys, I was trading last week, just not with with streaming, just for myself. Trading 417.05 right now on the SPY. Let's get the 1 minute chart real quick. 1 minute, just blasting higher, looking to get up there and just tag that 417. We'll move the R1 over here. You're going to look for this 416.65 as a place to check. Right where this yellow line is right here. If you're looking for a dip to buy, if you're not already in calls, you can just look down below here. See if you can buy some down here. If they even give you the time to. 417.07 right now. 72 cents on 417C. Oh, dude, FRC, I got fucked up. So I bought FRC at like 12 and change or something. Well, I didn't fuck up. Well, I fucked up. I did. Then I was like doing a rant stream. And I'm like, I'm on stream. I'm like, I got to fucking close this thing out. And I didn't close it. It was like 5 minutes or something. It just fucking went to the depths of hell. And so then I'm like, I'm going to buy FRC again. Bought it at like $6. And I still owned it. So I owned 100 shares of FRC. Bought another 100 shares of FRC. And then I put a stop loss underneath it. And then it fucking sold off again on an open. I think it was Thursday or Friday. And I was triggered out. And I was like, fuck this. I was like, if we don't go straight up from here, I'm like, I'm fucking out of here. I'm like, and I got torched. It was only like, I think I might have lost $400 or something total. So it wasn't like I did 1,000 shares or anything. Only 100 shares. So it wasn't too bad. But I was pissed off. Like, I don't normally, matter of fact, I haven't even looked at it today. I looked at it this morning, but I haven't looked at it since I got suspended this morning. I'm fucking still under suspension. And you know what's fucked up about it is Winky had made a comment where he had said we're grinding higher right now, trading 417.14. Winky had made a comment where he had said Winky said he goes fucking JPM wants to buy that fucking company for under $1. That was like 3 weeks ago. I think it was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. It was like Winky was like fucking. And then I read a story in New York. It was a New Yorker magazine or New York Times or some shit. And they had like fucking Jamie meeting with Yellen. Then he had a big dinner with a bunch of fucking a bunch of money. Like Bill Ackman was there. A bunch of shit. A bunch of people were there in a dinner. And he's like trying to portray himself as a statesman. You know what he was doing was backdoor dealing, going, "I'll take it for $1." Fucking that's. And Winky mentioned something about it, and fucking that's what happened, right? You know that's what he's buying it for. Fucking $1. $417.14 on a high just then, trading 75 cents. I'm almost ready to close out here and wrap it up. New lows on the SPY. Or not the SPY, excuse me, VIX. My bad. VIX just bloodbathing it right now. VIX hasn't seen a low like this in a long time. Big Daddy's looking for VIX to trade to $14. You remember that, Winky? Remember we were having that? We were to do that. It was like what we talked about that for a few days, right? FRC, and that's what happened, man. He fucking did it. And then the bullshit articles that I was reading, they're like, oh, you know, Jamie stepped up again, and I'm like, that's horseshit. I'm like, they had the opinion pieces came out fucking months ago, a month ago, 3 weeks ago. That shit was planned out weeks ago. Total fucking bullshit. Yeah, 1475, 1411, roughly in there, somewhere in there. We're trading $15.54. Now, I'll take 15, 14 and change, 14.50. The key point here too is even if it's for just a brief moment, if we trade above 420, it's a significant for the market. 417 is now trading 55 cents. I just have runners on right now. Reversal on 417.14. Hope we can get your dip buy down here. 1 minute triggers down here on 416.21. No, I think the idea here is what I don't like on options. So what I don't like, I used to trade VIX options. I went through a phase of trying to time VIX options. Let me rephrase this. I went through a period of like, I know we're at a top, and I know that VIX is on a bottom. I know the market's on a top. I know the VIX is on a bottom. So let's say I'm like, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna buy a weekly VIX. I don't know, fucking buy like some VIX calls or UVXY calls, and they are 50 cents. So I'd go and I'd buy those calls, and market would squeeze up higher for a day or two, and then it would roll over, start to make its way down, and then by the time that fucking call printed, it was like 7 cents. And I was like, fuck. So this is recently, past 3 to 5 years. So personally for me, I've had real, like, not strokes of genius. And when I have been successful trading VIX options, I'm talking about options here. When I've been successful trading VIX options, it's mostly been like watching the VIX all day long. It's been like you got to like time it to the minute. So for all that hard work, at least for me, all that hard work doesn't pay out. There are some stack of who talked about that? Volwiz. Let me see if I can find what Volwiz said. Well, Volwiz this week. If you don't know him, follow him on FinTwit. Volatility Wiz. I was gonna say his name. I shouldn't say his name publicly. I almost dropped his name. Let me see what he wrote. Give me just a second here. He talked about someone took us some VIX calls out. Let's see where he wrote a letter about this. Hold on. Give me just a second. See if I can find it. I think though that he didn't want to trade the VIX. I think he wanted to trade put spreads or express it in a put spread trade. See if I can find this now. Hold on. Just a second. Yeah, so he made a point about, let me see if I can bring this up. I can bring this up for you guys here. Hold on here. So shout out to Volatility Wiz. This is a trade that he was looking at. Well, not the trade itself. He was looking for insight in how do I bring this? How do I make this larger here? He was bringing this up for you right now. Someone was interested in the June 21st, 26Cs. June 21st, 26C. There's 100,000 contracts here. He said I'm going to quote him right now. He said, someone is putting it all together and making a sizable trade on vol returning. No, it wasn't 50 cent. That's kind of funny. I don't know if you guys know that, but that's I don't remember. I don't think that was a COVID crash. You guys remember 50 cent? There was like a 50 cent meme about VIX. I think that was COVID. But his comment here was, someone's putting it all together and making a sizable trade on volatility returning. No, it wasn't 50 cent. I think Volwiz is implying you're not getting fucking 3,300. So you're not getting 50 VIX. But the infamous trader known for buying 50 cent VIX options out of the money when vol is low like it is today. So he's saying this trader bought 26 cent, 20, I think they're 26 Cs. They cost a fucking song. I think they're 36 cents, but I could be wrong on that. He's saying that the trader took down 100,000 contracts of June 26 VIX calls for about $17 million. This trader's simple equation equals treasury account equals 0 plus a current 16 sleepy VIX equals buy vol. So he's doing a low to zero cost put diagonals that'll benefit from an increase in volatility and other spreads like flies and calendars that are extremely cheap and have events looming. So just keep that on your radar. June, what was that? June 26th? June 21st. Yeah, it's the guy that randomly shows up and buys 50-cent contracts on VIX. VIX just out there swimming. It's $15.64. My point here is this, though. If you're going to buy some fucking VIX, just own it. Like, own that shit. Don't be buying weeklies on the VIX, is my next point. Like, June 21st, not so bad. I don't mind June 21st, but me, of course, I'm trading the VIX options, and I'm like, buying a fucking weekly on the VIX right now for 50 cents. Expect them to print, I'm getting torched. So if you're going to get some VIX, date those things out there farther in time. And then, or just own it. You just own it and then sell it in the 20s. You know, $16 to $26. It's a pretty good fucking trade, right? So if you just own the VIX at 16 and sell it at 26, you're going to make money. Now we'll take a look at the 1-minute chart. Oh, look at that, baby. Come on down to 416.31, baby. We got a bearish cross right now, barrel plane to the downside, looking to tag 416.31 on the 1-minute chart. 5-minute chart. This is the yellow box if you're looking for a dip to buy. So we'll see how long this bearishness lasts. On the 15-minute chart, same nice little reversal down below, looking for this dip buy down below here still. Hourly chart still bullish right now. 4-hour chart still bullish. Daily chart still extremely bullish. 1-minute chart trading below. Trying to get that nice red bar down below here. Hold on a second here. Looking for that tag down below here at 416.31. Nice bear cross right here. Nice barrel plane right here for the downside move. See if this holds here. This is the 5-minute. It's 11:14 right now. So 11:14 in the morning. I don't know if I'd call it crazy bearish divergence. I'd call it 1 and 5-minute bearish divergence, or 1-minute bearish divergence. I don't know that I'd call it crazy. Nice tag down below. Ooh, yeah, maybe you're right. Who said that? Jar88X? You might be right, bro. I'm going to have to take some puts here, brother. Hold on here, man. I have to get some puts here, brother. I've still got a small position on 417C. I'm going to grab some puts to take the other side of this trade here. 414. What do you have? 415 down below? Got some 415 Ps. for today right now. We got a cross building on SPY. I'm going to show it to you. Right here. Want to see that right there. And this right here in the background. Oh, shit. I got to take some money here. Sold 415p for 41 cents. There's a nice bearish cross starting to form right here. We'll see if this will reject here and start to make its way lower. Right there. That's a nice trade. I'm going to try to re-enter 415p in just a moment here. Seven. See if we can turn this back to red here. Yellow to red. $4.15s right now at 35 cents. See if we can get them. They were down at like 25 cents a little bit ago. So let's see if we can get them back down there again. Yeah, I grabbed that first. I missed this one right here. But I grabbed this one right here. This big bar, this 5-minute bar. I caught 42 or 41 cents on it. Went from like 31 or 32 cents to 42 cents. 25%. Pretty good. Nice baroplane forming right now on the SPY. I might just fucking enter and hold them. Trading 35 cents right now. I don't know if I'm going to get a better deal on them. Okay, I just bought 20 contracts on 35 cents. 415C, or P, excuse me. And I'll add at 25 cents. Build, I'll start adding like 20 packs, 10 packs. I just want a hand here. I'm going to show it to you on this one right here. Here's where the cross is forming. There's that 415.20. That's where the implied move is down below. We'll see if we can get price to go lower. Still have like a small bunch of calls in there. I'm going to try to close those out if we squeeze higher here briefly and try to close those out and stay along those puts down to this level down below here. And I'll add to the put position up here. Leave this up here for a minute. Just added another 20 at 29 cents on puts. See if we can get this cross. Still holding a small. It's actually what I bought into for the calls. So I'm going to sell the calls here. 417 Cs. I'm going to sell. So I'm flat on calls right now. I am long on 40 contracts on 415 Ps. Oh, my phone's ringing right now. $16.40. So I'm gonna have stops up here somewhere. 416.40. See if you guys can follow along. Price target down below, somewhere in this 415.19 at least. 415.11, somewhere down in here. Now trading 40 cents on 415 Ps. $2012 Beneteau cents 50. Oof. That's a nice boat. That's a lot of money though, man. It's a lot of fucking money. I need a recession. I need these fucking boat sellers to get hammered. It's a great boat. It's a huge fucking boat. Yeah, it's trading 39 cents right now on 415p. It's gonna be a quick bloodbath. $0.41 right now on 415p. Glad I'm out of the calls now. They went down to 29 cents. Come on, baby. They're going to get paid pretty big on this trade. I think this is going to be a big trade. I don't know. Look at that fucking, look at those buyers down there, dude. This is what I hate. Like, if you're selling the market here, it's like, look, I mean, just look at this. Look at this fucking, like, watch my cursor over here. Like, look at this. What is all that down there? Buyers? Buyers like, fuck you, dude. We ain't going down. $0.44 on 415p right now. Come on, baby. Bloodbath for a minute. 46 cents on 415p right now. 47 cents. There you go. There you go. All right. I am now out right now. I'm out at 47 cents flat. I should have stayed in that trade. They're now 50 cents. You think you're going to get the bloodbath here? This was the original one where I wanted to buy down here, but I don't know that we're going to get that. Maybe. Here's your pivot. Pre-market low is right here. Implied move is 415.11. I'm flat right now. I just took the money and ran. This is a good trade right here. I got in at 29 and 35. Took this down into the 40s. 47, I think I got. So it's a good trade, 25, 30%. Bears want this. Bears want to break this so bad. Look at them. Look at Bears like, so. Fucking buy. Look at this. Fucking buyers everywhere down there. Buyers like, fuck you. Have another quick bear flag right here. You want to, not bear flag, but a barrow-plane. I'll do yellow. See if the Bears can keep it going down here. Right there. Oh, yeah, baby. I don't know if the market is... I don't think it can do it. I don't think the fucking options market is going to give like raining blood down here. You might get this implied move down here, 415.19. We'll see. It's right here. Yeah, there's a sell in May, go away, but it normally doesn't. So normally, all right, let's go back. So 2022. So 2022. So if you look at May, if you look at March and April, on average, they're a time for risk desks. I made a post on this on Twitter. And not many people picked up on it. Smart people, or not smart, I shouldn't say that. It was a post that I made that was intended for professionals to know that I knew. So, and that was that risk desks were putting money into the market in October, and then again in March and April. And so what that means is you have a guy that's like, can I buy the market? Can I buy the market? Can I buy the market? And they weren't allowed to buy the market last year. Well, this year they are allowed to buy the market. They were told, yes, buy the market. So they did. Now, they put that money in the market, but they don't put any more money in the market down the road. They load the fuck up. They started in October, then they kept loading up at the beginning of the year. Now, 2022, you got 2022, you got a really bad, like you couldn't put risk on the market. Money on the sidelines, blah, blah, blah. But if you look historically back in time, the terminology, sell in May, go away, means that all their buying is done in May. So if you have like a, hey, we sell in May normally, or normally we accumulate in March and April, and we sell in May, and you look at historical numbers, last year was an anomaly. It was not normal that we sold fucking January, fucking February, March, April, right? May. Just kept selling, right? Sell. So it would tell you that the probability is that we're going to have a more normalized the year this year. Not guaranteed, but probable. So if you're a bear and you're like, what does sell in May mean? If they were buying May, normally we have two. Normally, if we sell in May and go away, there's normally two sells. It's usually like the first 5 sessions or so. It's not the first day. It's not like May fucking 1st you start selling. You could get like crazy, like sell. Just means like first week, first 5 sessions, between from the first session, 5th session, somewhere in there. Pick your fucking poison and fucking sell the market. Now, you have to be tempered in your expectations in this sell. we went over this morning at the open, was you do something that's kind of in the money. Like we were just trading 417.14. So right where we are in the ballpark, right here. If you're going to put a short on the market, you don't put the short on the market like, I don't fucking know. It's selling May, buy 3,600 Ps for next week. It's not really the selling May go away. It's more like, is it 417 or 420? We're 30 points away from 420. You know, you kind of want to go up there and see if we're going to reject, don't you? You know that the algorithms are going to want to go up there likely and see if it holds or not. But we're at 416, 417, and you're like, I don't want to miss my chance to short the market for May. Then I would say to you, do I think we'll be back? And let's say we went to 420 or 430. I don't think we're going to 430, but say, well, I do. I just think it's now. The point to you here is you could probably put some fucking put spreads on for like, you know, end of May, end of June. And we'll likely come back here at some point. We'll likely get down to 4,000 at some point in May. Maybe late May. Third week of May. There's someone out there saying we're going to 26 on VIX. June 26th or 1st or something. Probably not that. He probably thinks we're doing it in May. Or first week of June. So you're like, so you start to think about it and you're like, yeah, okay. I need some help. I'm a bear and I need some help. So maybe thinking to yourself, yeah, I'll get something for, I don't know, May, end of May. Then you need some help, right? I gave you those events earlier, right? What are those volatile events that are going to help you along the way? You want to have some probability on your side that those are going to print. So you've got FOMC. You likely won't see volatility until the FOMC meeting, but that could help you. Let's say it doesn't help you. Let's think this through. Let's say you're a bear. I don't know why I help bears out. Fucking hate helping bears. I always fucking on FinTwit. They think I hate bears. Think I hate them on FinTwit, but I don't. So let's say you're a bear. You want to have probability on your side. Like, what could print my put spreads? So you're like, oh, Captain. You're like, Captain, we've got FOMC rate decision. That's going to do it. Let's say we go into the rate decision and we're barely weak. And then he says some stupid shit that makes the market go to the moon. You kind of fucked, right? Then you have your monthly OPEX weakness that comes into play for third week in May, right? So if you're going to buy some put spreads and you're just using just the Fed meeting or rate decision as your, hey, this is going to print, you got fucked. At least if you put more time on it, you could be like, yeah, okay, third week of May, we're in these fucking put spreads, they're dogging, they're fucking beat to shit. I got fucked over by Jerome Powell. What else do I have to make these fucking things print? You got PCE, inflation shit. That might print it. You got NFP. That could print it. Then you got CPI. That could print it. But if any of those things don't fucking print it, then you're just getting fucking hammered now, right? You're like, oh man, Cap said sell in May, but we're not, we're only down to 4,000. I need these fucking things. I need to print 3,800. Because you're overly bearish, right? So your last thing that you could have would be the debt ceiling. You know they're going to pull some of that bullshit one way or another, right? If they don't pull it, sell side will pull it. That are positioned for it will pull it. So I guess my point here is Trading 417, 416. If you're a bear, instead of looking at the market like the market will burn during FOMC, the market will burn during PCE inflation shit and NFP and CPI, you should probably add in the debt ceiling. So you can be like, you know what? One of these fucking things is going to go my way. And I'm going to put some time on some put spreads. I'm going to put them a little bit more in the money. So even if this shit doesn't go my way, I at least get 4 or 5 chances to be right. Look at that. That fucking dip's being bought. Fucking disgusting. I'm flat right now, by the way. I want to buy this really bad right here, to be honest with you. I'm buy the fuck out of that. I'm not. I'm flat right now. My point to you, if you're a bear, is I would temper my expectations. I would say. So I was looking at this earlier. Let me look at this again. Let's look at this. Let me look at this chart real. Hold on a second here. Like the zigzag channels that I have. Where are those zigzag channels that I have? There we go. Yeah, so staying in channel in June puts us at 420. Jesus. Man, dude. Brutal. I'm looking at it right now. I'm like, June? We could easily be at June at 420. Easily. So my point here would be like some June in the money put spreads are kind of nice. June 21st in the money put spreads. Something like that. Down to 4,000 maybe. Like 417 to 4,000. How much do those cost? Let's look at them. See what they pay. Maybe we can get a better deal. Is there anything dirt cheap? Trade the SPY. Bearish. This is going to fuel a move higher in the market. I know that for sure. June 16th, June 30th. Let's do June 30th. Generate trades. Put spread. What are we looking for here? 399, 416. It's actually not bad. It's fucking a great trade. 420. Nope. 420. Save. Then 4,400. Save. So June 30th. June 30th, 4,420. What would the 420 pay? Only pays, pays $200. That's not that much. Needs to get below yeah, I don't know if I like that trade. It It's $415 for $1,284. It's okay. Yeah, September's not very expensive either. Yeah, I like the June trade. I don't know that what I don't like about this trade is that I have to get below 4,000. I need to get below 4,000 or 400 on SPY. Let me look at SPY real quick here. Yeah, there's this gap down here that needs filled. Erase all this nonsense down here. Ooh, it's a tough one. This is all late buyers back here. This is yeah, I think we could do it. I think we can do that. So there it is. That's my trade for June. Well, I said $399, but it has to be 400. I don't like $399. I want 400. It's a it's a put spread. June 30th. June 30th, 400, 416 put spread. Costs $400, pays $1,200. It's not bad. You don't need it all either. You don't need matter of fact, if it starts bleeding, you can just cut the sold put side. And just ring the register. Or you could do is hold. You could close if we get down there to 400, I would close the bot put side, and then I would hold that fucking 416 into end of June. If it rips faces higher, you'll make a bunch of bank on both sides of that trade. It's a good trade. It's a good trade if you can manage it. 1 minute chart still bearish right now. Let's check the 5 minute chart. 5 minutes looking for a reversal here. To the downside, I want you to see the plane as it's forming. It's right here. There's that white line and that yellow line. Looking for another reversal lower here. You can see that buyers are still stepping in. I'm flat right now. Let me look on SPY real quick. Let me just check the T3 tool here and see what it's saying. Oof. Bear's getting squeezed right now. Squeezed right now. Bear's getting squeezed. Bears want to hold this right here, this red line. They're right there. Should see a big squeeze here. Looks bearish still. At least on T3 it looks bearish. I don't want to trade this at all. Tomorrow we've got U.S. job openings at 10 a.m. Factory orders at 10. Wednesday we've got ADP 8:15. This is also FOMC rate decision day. We've got S&P U.S. Services PMI, baby. ISM Services at 10. 2 o'clock, we've got the Fed Reserve interest rate statement. We got the Powell presser, baby. 2:30 in the afternoon. Oh, you know what else? Winky, make a note. I saw your tweet or your text, Winky. Hey, Winky, look, make a note on OZK, on Ozark Bank. Very risky, but consumer defensive, very green today. Utilities, very green today. Industrials, green. Healthcare is okay. Banks doing mixed bag okay today. Consumer electronics are flat or down. Some of the Fangman shit, flat or down. Energy still not making its way up. XOM down minus 2.59%. Oil holding back gas market. Discount stores up. Beverages up today. Looks like consumer durable goods are up today. It's $4 for June and $4.38 for September. Yeah, I see that. CVS. I'm watching CVS, McDonald's, Starbucks, Yum, Nike, Walmart, TGT, DG, PEP, PM, GIS, MO. Beverages are all cranking today. Utilities pumping. Healthcare pretty solid today as well. Yeah, I can't talk about CVS. I have family that works for CVS. No comment. I've made a comment once before. It should have printed very well for you guys. I was like, I can't talk about that shit anymore. It was Oak Tree or something. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. Give me like 15 minutes, 5 minutes. I'm going to go potty. Let me ask you guys a question real quick in the chat. So this morning I woke up and I went to go do my workout, and I didn't drink coffee. Just woke up and I did my bike ride and I did my weight training. And it took 10 minutes, maybe 15 to get into the workout. I felt really tired and didn't feel good for the first 10, 15 minutes. And then when I was done with the workout, I wanted to go back to sleep. I wanted to take a nap. I wasn't feeling it. I didn't. I went and had coffee and took a shower and all that. But do any of you work out in the morning, and do you drink coffee or tea first, or do you not? Low carbs. I didn't eat. Oh, you know what I did? I did have a bowl of cereal. I did. I had some like oatmeal cereal like an hour or two before I worked out. I forgot about that. Fuck, that might have been it. That could have been it. That could have been the problem. That I forgot that you know what I did? I dug out a bowl of cereal at like It's like 5 o'clock in the morning or something. At like 7, I did the workout, and I wasn't fucking feeling it. I had no coffee at that point. I was just pounding water all morning. I did have some like oat crunch shit. Yeah, I didn't drink anything. I had just water, just like 2 big cups of water. My kids have these big plastic cups that pound 2 of those, and then normally I don't have breakfast. I did have a fucking bowl of cereal this morning. That's what it was, wasn't it? I didn't even think of that. Forget I even asked the stupid question. It has to be that. Normally, though, I thought it was protein that. I thought it was like protein. I don't like carbs when I'm working out or like hiking or biking. That shit seems to be fine because it's harder to digest protein, or at least in my experience, it has been. I probably shouldn't have had that bowl of fucking cereal. That must have been what it was. Dude, it was like 10 minutes of like dragging ass. Then I finally got into it. And I'm like, okay, I'll do another 20. And then when I was done, I was like, I could just go right to sleep right now. I'll probably fucking go to sleep. Shouldn't say that, but I was like, I could totally sleep in right now. It was like taking a, what do you call a pill? Like one of those, when you have allergies, like allergy medication, that shit, I'm out. Like, you know, like some people are like, doesn't faze me. Some people are like, I'll go to sleep and wake up and be fine. If I take an allergy pill, like 24 hours later, I'm fine. A stick of butter. Monster Ultra Zero. Jesus. What the fuck are you guys doing out there? Yeah, it has to be the cereal. It has to be the carbs from the cereal. Nice. You know what I did do? I talked about my rants. So like Thursday or something of last week, no, the week before, not this past week. So the week that I took off, it was like, so Thursday I went golfing, and then I've had this big meeting, and then it's like, ended up having to do another meeting on Friday, and I'm like, I got so much shit going on. I'm like, we're starting vacation. So I'm like, fuck this, right? So I went to the, I was at a country club, and I was in this like really nice place, and they had expensive ass like old Weller. Basically, they didn't have Pappy, but they had Weller that was like the old shit that was expensive. These fucking Bears are losing control right now. Bears losing control in the market right now. So the attorney and I are friends, and I'm just pounding whiskeys with him. Bears losing control right now. And so I kept drinking. Wasn't driving. I was like, fuck it. And like, good day golfing, sunny outside. Dude, matter of fact, it's like 45 degrees here where I live right now. This year has been gray skies every fucking day. Like 80% of the year. This spring, we haven't had one. It's been winter. Every once in a while, I get a sunny day. Like once every 2 weeks. So, of course, I'm like enjoying myself. And I took a boner pill. And I'd been drinking. So of course I'm not eligible to take boner pills. I shouldn't say this. Probably get arrested for this. So I go onto the internet, and I pay like an internet doctor, and I'm like check mark. I'm like, yeah, I can't breathe. I can't, like, I'm dying over here. My penis is small all the time. They answer all the questions and shit. It's like a questionnaire. You actually have to see a doctor. And then they just send you a prescription to your favorite prescriber. So the first time I got this stuff, I think I got 15 pills or something. And it was expensive. Shit cost me, I kid you not, like I went to like Walgreens or something. It was like $300, $400. I shit you not, it was like stupid expensive. And of course my insurance doesn't cover that shit. I was like, this is a disaster. And but my wife was stoked. She was like, this is fucking awesome. So she was like, I shouldn't be swearing. I shouldn't be doing this. This is going to get me in trouble talking like this. So she's like, you can get those things for like $1 a pill. And I was like, no. She's like, yeah, like $1. So If I sent it to the next prescription that I got. I sent him to like Amazon or something. I'll have to find out where the next prescription I got was at. But I got like 30 or 40 of them. So I got like 30 or 40 of them, and they were like $1 a pill or something, $3 a pill. So I'm like, woohoo! Take pills whenever I want them. And I think I got I think Cialis. So they're like supposed to be like, you get a hard on all week long or something, and it's calm. Well, I had been out drinking, and I'm like partying, having a good time. Haven't seen my wife and shit. I'm like, I'm going to take one of these fucking dick pills. And I've been drinking. Well, number one, you're not supposed to take those things when you're drinking. And then, of course, number two, when you're drinking, you don't make the best decisions. Or at least I don't. I'm actually a happy drinker. If I drink, I'm usually like 99% of the time having a great fucking time. Try to have a great time. So, of course, I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm going to take a dick pill. Walk around with a hard on for the next week or so. Well, I didn't do that. I chewed on it. Yeah, that's what it was. Cost Drugs Plus, I think. Super Master, I think's got it. Cost Blood Plus Drugs. I think that's where I got the prescription from. Seller's getting rolled over right now. Well, I chewed on one of these things, and I don't need dick pills. As a matter, so I do my thing every year with my doctor, and he's like, I beg my doctor for all kinds of shit. I'm like, I want some dick pills. I'm like, I want some. Can I get some Adderall? And he's like, fuck you ain't getting none of that. Seller's getting steamrolled right now. I'm like, can I get some mushrooms and some Molly? And he's like, that's illegal. He's like, that's not illegal in some states, and you're never going to get some Adderall. And I'm like, fuck. But if you go online, you can get some of that stuff. You can go on there and be like, I want testosterone, I want penis pills, whatever. Whatever you want, you can pretty much get on the internet. Legally. Doctor will sign off for you. I shouldn't have chewed that thing. I was like running around with I should have went to the, not only should I probably have gone to the hospital, like it didn't make me feel good. Like it really fucked me up. Like definitely don't do that. Highly recommend. Do not get drunk and chew on a penis pill. Do not do it. I had like a penis hangover. What's up, Superman? Don't do it. Especially these things. Like this thing's supposed to last a week, and I'm just like, and that's because poor decision-making skills when you've had a few drinks. It's so true, though. But of course, if the wife doesn't like you, you're just like, hey, what's up? And she's like, get away from me. Trading 416.33 right now. Thane says, Thane is making a very good point that this is a public service announcement to any of you out there watching right now. Thane on YouTube making a very good point right now. He's saying that you should call your doctor if your erection lasts longer than 48 hours. If you turn too fast, you could literally knock out your children and pets if you're not careful. Science. Yeah. Don't do that. I'd never taken them either. I got of course, my other friends were like, you got to take penis pills. They're like, you're like 16 years old again. And I was like, I don't need them. And they're like, you should get them. Just get them. And of course, I was like, oh, I'm going to be embarrassed if I take those things. They're fucking awesome. I'm not going to lie. They're awesome. If you've never had them, they're awesome. It's like you're 15 again. 15. Like, if any men out there remember what you were like at 15 years old, I don't know what you were like, but call more girls. Yeah, GoodRx is another good one. My wife talked to me about GoodRx. That's another good company to look up. It's like Amazon, GoodRx, and whatever the other one that someone said was. They're a fucking blast. Don't believe it. Like, I remember I was a kid. Probably shouldn't tell this story either. Now trading 416.41. Sell side getting run over right now. The one time you really should take as prescribed. Yep. 416.45. So I was a kid, and my mom was like, "Look at the bulls are like, you shall not pass. Bearish my ass." My mom, of course, when I was a kid, my mom was like, she'd like made sure my room looked nice and shit. She'd like paint the walls and give me new shades and new blankets and sheets. She's a really good mom. She loved me. She'd come in and get my dirty laundry and stuff. And I played a lot of sports, and I was really good. It was kind of like an agreement. You do good in school, do good in sport. You don't have to work, and you just break your ass doing that stuff. If you break that deal with me, you're going to go get a job, and you're not going to play sports, and you're going to be in shit, right? That was kind of like the agreement. It was my parental agreement. Do a good job, and I'll take care of you. Okay, Mom. So of course that rule was fine all through my adolescence. That's a really weird news squawk. Nick Timmeros made that article this morning at 5:30 in the morning. It's kind of a weirdly timed news squawk. That article came out this morning at 5:30 a.m., so it's not new. Maybe he just posted about it on FinTwit or something. The key point from Nick Timmeros is the discussion of a pause, not the discussion of a cut. Discussion of a pause with a rate hike. So my mom, of course, up until I was a teenager, 12, 13, 14, she'd come in and like change my room and all this stuff. Took care of me. And then I remember when I hit puberty. Sellers getting steamrolled right now. Market trading back to retest the highs at 417.14, going back to the scene of the crime. Trying to get back up to R1 and actually tag 417.44. Squeezing right now. Look to see if I can catch a back test here. I'd like to catch something like this and then a tag higher here. I am flat right now. So, of course, I hit puberty, and I hit puberty, and I was like, what is this? I was like, what is this thing that I have? And, of course, I beat it up for like every chance I got. Didn't matter. And I remember, my mom, she didn't catch me, but she knew what I was doing. She was like, what are you doing? And I'm like, nothing. I ain't doing anything. And she, gave me this eye, this, evil eye, squinted her eyes at me. And at the time, I didn't know that, I had no idea, parents were and your dad and stuff like that and your mom. Your mom knows everything. You think your mom's a saint. But she was like, I'm never coming in here again. And I was like, what? She's like, you have to take care of your own room from now on. And I was like, what does that mean? And that meant that my mom never came in my bedroom ever again. My bedroom became a shithole. My clothes didn't get washed. Until I moved out of my house. my room would then become like a dirty manhole. I'll always remember that. Yeah, I was thinking about a pre-workout. I messed up this morning. I shouldn't have eaten oatmeal. I should have just like woken up and done the workout. Joined the Navy. I was in the Army. I'm a sailor. That's why I have the CaptainJimJames. I was in the Army. That's true. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate the support, brother. I was in the Army, but I'm a sailor. I've got a sailboat. I'm looking for a big-ass sailboat. Yeah, it's total dirty bird. And of course, I thought I was smarter than my mom. Like, what do you mean? And at the time, she didn't say anything. She didn't like. She wasn't like not implicit or explicit. She wasn't like direct. And my brain was like, did I get caught? Like all these teenager things that you go through is this, like I don't want to get caught. That's like the biggest thing a young boy is like never wants to get caught. And we hadn't been caught, but she just knew. She was like, he's a fucking teenager. And I wasn't like her perfect little son anymore. Oh, look at that retest right there. Hold on. I'm missing a trade here right now. 417s. Got a bunch of puts going to provide the fuel to go higher, huh? Let me take a look here. All right, I'm on 417 C's right now. I hope I get burnt. I hope I'm not fucking this trade up right now. Don't follow me on this. Yeah, it smelled funny in there. Is there any guys that are men out there? Do any guys have experiences like? Am I like talking out of my ass? I'm like, this is an experience that most boys don't go through. Maybe it's just me. My mom wasn't having anything to do with it. Sellers got run over here. Run over right now. You look at the VIX. VIX, man, with rejection on it. Woof. Sideways trade today. Buying dips, selling rips all day long. Price holding above the 5-minute trigger here. Maybe I'm embarrassing myself when I shouldn't be embarrassing myself. Anyways, if you have sons, or if you are a young man, you know, some guys go through that. It's okay. Hey, thanks, Cosmonaut Project, brother. Appreciate it. Superman saying, personally, I started to do my own laundry because I was embarrassed. Mom loved it. Yeah, I think there's something about being like, I don't know what it was. Like, no, I do know what it was. I hit puberty. I fucking, like, puberty raged through me. I had a lot of testosterone running through me as a young man. Yeah. I agree with that too, Wink. Now we're getting instructions on where to do it. In the bathroom, in a shower. My 17-year-old is taking stupid long showers. I know, and you don't want to think about it. And I got kids, I'm like, I don't want to think about this shit. Like, I don't want to think about it. Like, mental block. Mental block. I'll read this, Nick Timrose. I have some long calls right now, and I'm like, yeah, I'll read this to them after my break. And I got to take a piss bad. Should I just, like, go to the bathroom and come back and hope that we're up here at 417? Yeah, I feel bad for, I've got an older daughter that's going through, I have an older daughter that's in the middle of puberty, or at the end of it. She's 16. And I feel bad. I'm always like apologizing to her. I'm like, it's the worst experience ever. I'm like, and then your girlfriends are going to be nasty, and like the peer pressure the girl goes through sucks. And then, of course, the like women have these weird things they have to go through in society where they have to look a certain way, or they don't have to, but there's a lot of societal pressure. She's going to she's on her way with some friends. She's going to Chicago to see one of the BTS members, or I guess the BTS bands, some of them in the army, some of them are not. And she's going on her own away with friends without me being there. We just had to have a conversation about that. Like the things you have a conversation with a teenage girl. So I'm having a conversation with my daughter. She's a teenager. She's 16. So I don't want to have these conversations with her. But you have to. You can't be a parent. Well, you can. A lot of parents don't have these conversations with their kids. They learn from school or from books, or they don't learn at all until they encounter it. But I had to have like conversations with her. You know, it's like they're very probably won't talk about that, but you know what a young girl has to watch out for. To be careful when they're in public and they're alone. The weirdest part of the conversation I'd have with her, though, I will tell you though, was part of the conversation where I had to say to her, I said to her, I said, I want you to know that there'll be times in your life where you're going to have experiences that you're going to regret, that may not even be your fault. They might be your fault. You might think, I'm disappointed in you. People in life might threaten you not to tell your dad. You might feel like you can't tell your dad because I would be disappointed in you, angry at you, any of those kind of things. And you might have people even threaten you. Oftentimes, bad people will threaten you and say, don't tell anybody, that kind of stuff. And I had to have the conversation with her about, I was like, until you, and I did say man or woman. I'm kind of an open-minded guy. I was like, because I think she's straight, but I don't know if that she is. She could be bisexual or she could be gay, and I don't know it. But I was like, until you meet someone that you trust as an adult, I was like, when you come in adulthood, until you meet a friend, husband, a wife, a long-term partner, something like that, whatever it is. I was like, until that time, you're probably only going to have your mother and father to be there for you. Probably the only people you can trust that'll be there for you no matter what. No matter what happens, no matter what you go through. And you should rely upon us for that help, no matter what situation you find yourself in. I don't care if you, I was like, if you need somebody in life to be there for you no matter what, that's one of the privileges, or I should say privileges of having a relationship sometimes with somebody. It's also one of, if you have a good parent, to have a parent that's always there for you no matter what, even if you've done something wrong. And I mean, like, even criminal stuff. Sometimes you'll see people say, why is that person's parents stand by that person even though they committed this horrendous crime? Oftentimes it's because it's the only person that person only has parents there for them. Sometimes it's a husband or a sister or a friend or a wife or whatever. But oftentimes, your children won't want to come to you and tell you something because you're going to be pissed at them. And, you're going to be like, you're going to pass judgment on them. And I'm like, those are the things that you have to come and talk to me about. Or your mom. If you don't feel comfortable with me, talk to your mom about these things. But if someone ever threatens you or tells you don't tell anybody, always feel like that door is open for you as a child until you say, hey, daddy, I don't need you one day, or mommy, I don't need you any day, or this guy Bob loves me the most. You don't understand me, daddy. Whatever that shit is. I gotta go potty really bad. Your young dog somehow got in the room one time and looked over and saw the tilted head that was asking itself, "Are you okay?" Yeah, so my thought on natural gas was own it, not trade it. Like not buy options, but own the underlying. It should be starting soon. This month. Not today, but this month. SPY now trading 416.70. Still in 417 C's right now. Have to take a pee-pee really bad. I'm going to get stuck here. But as a parent, it's hard. Like, if you have kids, it's hard to be like, and she's going away without me. And I'm like, look, don't talk to people that you don't know. I'm like, you're a young woman. I'm like, if you don't know people out there, they got no business talking to you. I was like, some guy tries talking to you when you're 16 years old, some man. They got no reason to be. I told her, I was like, when I'm out and about and I see a young girl, I was like, I don't talk to young girls. I was like, I don't normally talk to older women when I'm out and about alone. Like, I don't, unless I want, because I'm like, ooh, she's cute, or, oh, she's smart, I want to talk to her. I was like, normally someone wants to talk to you because they have a reason to. And when you're a 16-year-old girl, grown men shouldn't be talking to you, not in the street, just going to the hotel, the show, or something like that. Some rando wants to talk to her. I'm like, don't talk to those people. I'm like, talk to your friends, stay together as a group. I'm like, always have your cell phone there, ready to dial daddy. That's right, you don't leave your post until you're properly relieved. Say a 5th general order, I think. Oh, dude, Winky. I've had those moments, Winky. I was having those moments with my daughter. She's coming around. I don't know if she's just appeasing me, but I've had those moments. Those things are soul crushing, Wink. When your kid doesn't want to do what you want to do. She's in this phase with BTS right now too, and I can't stand this. I can't stand Korean K-pop. Of course, I'm like, here's some fine wine of music, and she's like, I'll get those records, Daddy. It is fine wine, but it's not my tastes right now. I want Mad Dog 2020. I'm like, God damn it. Oh. Yeah, my oldest doesn't like mountain bikes. She likes riding bikes, but she doesn't want to do downhill and single track with me. When she has done it with me, it's like do downhill. Fuck no, single track do. Oh look, we're gonna roll up to a table right now. Let's go around it. And I'm like, damn it. Yeah, the pepper spray keychain. Yeah, my mom was Nicki Minaj and Cardi B song, absolutely disgusting. Yeah. SPY trading 416.68 right now. What bikes do you have? Is BTS in English or Korean? Bought him specialized road bike. He has never even learned how to ride a bicycle. I have a Moto Bacane Eagle. I've got a full suspension bike. As a matter of fact, so I've kind of fucked up this week. So I've got a, well, I don't know if I fucked up. So I got a Motorbacane Eagle, and I had, what was it called? So I had a city bike. I think my wife sold it this week. Now I have some questions for you guys that are bicyclists. I'll probably be pissed. I think I'm going to be upset if I. What the fuck was the name of my city bike? So, anyways, I have a city bike. Let me scroll through here. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've only got one mountain bike right now. I don't have a quiver. If any of you guys are bicyclists out there, you probably know these terms. I don't have a quiver of bikes anymore. And as a matter of fact, I think my wife sold my city bike this weekend, and I'm not sure yet. I noticed that it was missing from its hanger. I don't know if I meant to tell her not to sell it. And the reason I'm fucking all this up. So I think I know I told her to sell it. I was like, sell. I was like, well, my youngest is growing into a more expensive bike. And I was like, why don't you get rid of the city bikes and we'll get her an expensive mountain bike, right? I think that was the conversation. But then last week or the week before, and I hadn't talked to my wife about this, I'm going to be pissed off. I'm going to find out I have this like green city bike. It's beautiful. It's in like mint condition. It's fucking hipster. It's, oh, dude, it looks like, nope, that's still under suspension. It's going to be, isn't it? Anyways, we have like a quiver of city bikes. We have a quiver of mountain bikes. I think I told my wife to sell it, and I meant to tell my wife not to sell it. And I think she did over the weekend. The reason that I didn't want her to sell, the reason I wanted her to sell this city bike was because I don't have a lot of opportunity to ride it like I used to. Like out west, I was able to ride it everywhere, in town, around town, with bike paths and everything. I haven't as much time to ride it here in Michigan. I do, but it's always like throw it on a bike rack, take it somewhere, then ride it. It's where I feel safest is on a path. I don't feel safe riding city streets here in Detroit. So I told her to sell it. I shouldn't have done that. And the reason being is I'm going to do the, see if I can look this up. Maybe some of you guys know about this. Okay, so I'm going to do the Ragbrai bike ride across Iowa. And initially, I was like, well, maybe I'll buy an electric road bike. And I looked up the prices, and I was like, poof. I was like, that's like $3,000 to $10,000. And I don't road bike. I'm not into that shit. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'm not a road bike, bro. A lot of guys are. I'm not that guy. I'll be honest. But this ride across Iowa isn't a race. It's kind of like enjoy yourself kind of a thing. And it's fucking far. It's like 500 miles. And there's like a 100-miler. There's one day of a 100-miler. And then there's like a bunch of like 50s, 60s, a 70 or an 80 thrown in. It's 7 straight days. There's no day off. It's far. And there are some climbs. Not steep, but like sustained elevation gains. And furthermore, sitting on a hard seat for 7 days, it sucks. Now, this bike ride is not a race. There's some fun mixed in. I'm not a road biker. So it's not like I'm putting out 20, 30, 40 miles in a century ride every month or something. So it's not my jam. It's not who I am. And I'm not interested, I'll be honest, I'm not interested in training for this thing. I'm not interested in riding a road bike for fucking 3 to 5 months to get ready for this trip. and I want to enjoy myself like a road biker would on this ride. So if I was a road biker, I'd ride a regular road bike, and I'd probably enjoy the entire trip. Now, I know I'm not gonna, and I'm getting older. Like, I'm older, man. In my fucking 40s. Like, no fucking way. So, I'm like, okay. What I'll do is I get a hybrid road bike. And I'm like, nope, price is too much. No way, I can't justify it. So this weekend, or like later this week, I'm like, you know what I will do? I'll buy an electric bike conversion kit, and I'll throw it on my city bike, and I'll put some comfort handles on it, and I'll ride this electric bike in this Ragbrai event, and it'll be perfect. It's got road tires on it, big old wheels on it. The electric setup will probably cost me, I don't know, $300 to $600, somewhere in there, maybe $700 on the high end. If I really wanted to make my fat ass get ridden free the whole way, free ride the whole way. So I'm like, I'm gonna convert this city bike to a hybrid. I think she sold the fucking bike over the weekend. So now I'm up Schitt's Creek. And there's no way I'm converting my mountain bike. This thing's like full travel, full suspension, baller. So my bike, it's like my mountain bike's worth like $6 or $7 grand. Well, it didn't cost me that much, but it's worth that much. Trading 416.79, 45 cents. They're not paying on these calls, dude. They're not paying these calls right now. They're refusing to pay these calls. I've been long calls here for like half an hour. Yeah, I got my bikes, most of my family bikes, I got them from Bikes Direct. So like Polygon bikes, they're all made in Taiwan and shit. All the components are kick-ass. What they do is they make bikes for American bike makers, and they take the stickers off them, and they call them something else. Look up Bikes Direct sometime. You can get a kick-ass mountain bike on there. Get them for a couple grand, $1,500, $2,000. It's like a $3,000 to $5,000 bike. Trading 416.85 right now. Start printing these fucking calls. 47 cents on 417. Just trading this bitch. Oh, I shouldn't be swearing. Just trading this thing back and forth. Yeah, call premium is deader than a doornail. 48 cents right now on calls. Trading into sellers above. I'm going to get out of this trade up here, I think. Coming into some resistance. I'm going to go potty here soon. Let's open it up a little bit and see what's up there where the supply is. 49 cents. So this race, if you guys don't know it, look it up. It's called the Ragbrai, something like that. All right, I think I'm going to get out of this. I think I'm going to get out of this trade here. All right, so I'm flat on 47 cents. Which says Ragbrai race is pretty cool. Watch some YouTube videos and that shit. But here's the key, though. If you're not a road biker, you probably want some kind of assisted trip. You can take a sag wagon, but you know you're not going to want to take a sag wagon. There's like all these kitsch in all these different towns across Iowa. It's 7 days. People are going to tell you that there's this, I think it's called the pork chop thing, or I don't know, like there's an outfitter that'll give you a tent and provide sag wagons, I think, and showers and food that'll help you along the way. But there are other people that'll take RVs with them with a crew of people or a team. And I just don't want to, have an unenjoyable time. I want to have an enjoyable time. I want to ride, get assisted when I need to get assistance. And I want time in each one of these towns so that I can spend some money. I don't know, drink beer from like a gravity something fed from the top of a bar or something. I agree with that, Nino. Winky's saying that he bought a couple 13.5C UPST 519s will stop less than $12.60. Earnings are on May 9th. Thanks for that, Winky. Ragbrai. Check that shit out. And I don't think I can do it this year. I don't think I have the time to do it. I don't have the time to do the logistics on it. I have a buddy out in Park City who's going to do it with me. And I was like, you know what, man? I'm like, this shit's going to take a year to plan. So I'm like, maybe next year. So I'm not doing it in 2023. I'm going to do it. Oh, squeeze it up now. 417.26. I'm flat. I should have stayed in. 417.17. Finally, a print on 417C. Trading 67 cents right now. 417.34. Here comes R1, baby. Take the money. R1. 417.36. Woo! Nice squeeze higher here. If you stayed in for that trade, congratulations. Trading 76 cents. They were down in the 30s. Almost a full print on that trade right there. Hello, ladies. Woohoo! Nice push higher. Sell side getting run right over. Bye-bye, sellers. All right, I'm going potty now. Take the money and run. Don't get greedy. I'll be right back. No way, Johnny. I just saw your what are you guys saying? Hold on, I'm missing a butt. What are you guys saying here? Hold on here. Get an enduro mountain bike, e-bike, lots of fun, more miles. Yeah, I think I'm not quite there yet with making my mountain bike electric. There on my trails, there's still people that are like, "You're not earning turns, bro." And we still have that whole group of like people that are like my take on electric. You put an electric bike is the more out you're out with your bike, the better off you are. If your bike's sitting in a garage, and if an electric bike helps you to get out there, make your bike electric. And I agree with what Juventus is saying. If you can make more miles and more trips up a mountain, if you don't have a lift serve trail, and you can make 1 or 2 passes on a single track because you're broken down and old. That's the other thing too, Juventus, is like anyone that argues that shit probably hasn't destroyed their body yet. Because what I do notice out on the trails, whether I'm skiing or hiking or even surfing, is the number of people that can get out there and do that shit anymore as they get older. The numbers dwindle, like mid-30s, early 40s. Then you start looking at 50-year-olds and 60-year-olds, there's not that many guys out there doing it. And mostly it's because they broke their bodies doing it. So you've got like this guy that's like 20 years old, 25, sometimes 30, and they're like, bro, you got to earn your turns. I'm like, bro, you haven't banged yourself up enough yet. I guess you haven't had a bad enough accident. Bad back, bad knees, bad feet, bad ankles, whatever it is. Because you'll be just wishing that you can get up on a mountain or on a single track with an electric bike. But we still have some of that here, where you catch a gnarly eyeball if you're riding an electric mountain bike up the trail or whatever. But I'm almost there. I'm not quite there because I don't want to deal with it right now. But soon. But I'm almost there to getting the... So Shaq is saying he's in Iowa. Shaq, dude, if I go, dude, I'm going to let you know. Yeah, Ragbrai is brutal. I agree with that. Now trading 417.61 on the SPY. Implied move we talked about earlier. We got 418.35 above here. 418.10. Seller rejection down below, pointing to the way being higher, not lower. R1 smashed right through like it was butter. VIX trying to hold itself up right now. SPY being squoze. Sell side rage. VIX is like, hold on, hold my panties here. Watch out for a reversal here. VIX with a double bottom right now. Yeah, Ragbrai is brutal. I've watched like maybe 10 hours of Ragbrai videos at this point, and I'm like, that guy's lying. That girl's lying. So I think if you're not putting miles on a road bike day in, day out, year round, decade after decade, you're going to get hurt if you're just riding. But Shaq, man, I'll make it known when I go. I'll hook up with you, brother. Yeah, Saunders are cool. That's right, Foresight Finance. John Haggerty, baby. Bicycle bear bong. Johnny said he did do a 60-miler in the rolling hills of Iowa. What I'm looking at right now, just in the background, What I'm watching right here is I'm watching the VIX right here, and I'm like, yeah, here's the VIX. So none of this shit's changed down here. 1475, 1411. Last time I left you, talked about those numbers down there. There's another one right there. You actually see the support, breakthrough, rejection. Now, this looks bearish for VIX, believe it or not. But just intraday on VIX. Intraday on VIX. You know, it's kind of a double bottom right there. Although VIX rolling over even more is not out of the question. But, you know, it's Monday. We have 2 more sessions left. You know, you got 2 more sessions left, right? We got the second, and then we kind of like sell. Usually we'll sell like the second end of day. Think about this, right? We usually sell Tuesday, heading into the close, like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'd expect us to start selling. Bleed off into the third. But even today, squeeze higher in the VIX than the rollover into tomorrow around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That makes sense to me. So just right here, where we are right now. Let's think about this. Put our thinking caps on. We need a fucking A, man. Look at that. Let's put our thinking caps on here. R2, and there's R3. 421.96. If I'm going to anticipate that at 1 o'clock in the afternoon we're going to start selling, 1 to 3 o'clock, start selling. Probably going to go there at some point, right? Maybe a dip in the VIX, and then the move up into here. Right? So you get a little bit of a roll, come back up, sell it up. Maybe it's a dip in the VIX. This kind of nonsense. There's your 418.94. R2. Bloodbath it down, rip up into 421, wrap it up, pack it up, boys, and we're out of here for sell May. 421.96 up here. Sorry, I'm eating peanuts. I'm starving. FOMC over here. Where the VIX is bottoming right now. Await the decision. Something like that. Do I think it's this one right here? Await the decision, or maybe I should. Do I think it's this one into tomorrow and then await the decision, sell down at 420 or something on Tuesday? It's a tough one, man. It's possible. I'll tell you what, if you want that 420 before Wednesday, as long as price stays above 417, you're on it. I'm not anti this trade here going higher. I think we get the roll here. I think you get a roll and you look for a dip to buy into 1 o'clock tomorrow. That's what I think. $417.62. Woo! Let me look at S-style for you. You know, S-Dow is getting crispy, but I'm not saying don't buy S-Dow here. It's just starting the topping process. SPY is just starting the topping process. So is it now? Is it tomorrow? I'm not anti you buying put spreads here or something, or S-Dow calls for June, July. I don't think you should do dailies though. Yes, Sobel's dangerous. Ragbrai. Ragbrai. I'm going to warn you out there not warn you. So I was talking with my buddy from Park City, and I was like, look, here's the deal. I was like, I can go to a fucking, oh, look at that above. Look at that. Oh. Look right there, those orange bars up there. Stink beds up there. Look at that. Look at this. Look at these orange bars right here. So like, I go to these mountain bike festivals with my buddy, and they're a blast. Like, show up. There's music. You camp for free. There's demo bikes. There's music. There's hot chicks everywhere. I mean, hot, dude. Hot women everywhere. Party every night. And if you get hurt, you go back to your camp and you party some more. Like road bikers, they're another breed. Like they're animals. Like endurance bike riders, whole nother breed. They like, no offense to you if you're a road bike enthusiast. They practice exercising. So if you're a road biker, you practice exercising. You're like a CrossFitter. Like you practice exercising. Like I want to go do the jump. I don't want to do the 50 miles and feel the pain. Some people like it. I don't. So that doesn't mean I can't have fun at one of these events. But I know for a fact, from my experience, if I attempt to go do that Ragbrai without some assistance, I'm going to have a bad time. And some of these people that were making videos, I mean, there were some people that were making videos and they were way out of shape. And I was like, I've fucking ridden 100 miles. I've done a century ride. Not being a road bike enthusiast, let me tell you what, the fucking shit hurts. Anyone tells you that it doesn't hurt is talking out of their ass. And if you're not trained to ride a century and you do one, you ain't doing shit the next day. You ain't doing a fucking thing. You probably ain't doing shit for the next week. Guaranteed. So I'm watching these YouTube videos and they're like, yeah, I completed the entire Ragbrai or whatever. And, you know, boy, that 100 miler was hard, but I got through it. And I'm like, that YouTuber's lying. I'm like, that YouTuber is talking right out of their ass. That fucking YouTuber was on a fucking sag wagon. And that person either did not complete the entire week, did not complete the century, is just point blank lying. Some YouTubers were honest. They were like, you know, I have an electric bike, or I jumped on a sag wagon. But some of them were just bold-faced lying, and I'm like, this is bullshit. I'm like, I don't care how good you look either. If you don't ride road bikes all the time, you're not putting out 500 miles in 7 days. Your ass will be in the grass, I guarantee it. Sorry. I don't care how flat you think it is. It's not that flat either. Iowa's got nice hills. But I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling bullshit probably on anyone that's not a road biker. Calling bullshit on like 80% of the videos I watched. I'm like, they got a sag wagon. Their, I don't know, husband or wife met them in an RV. They threw the bike in the back and met people at the next town. Whatever it was that they did. Yeah, Nino, Joe Donut was talking about that century. Joe Donut was saying there's a ride across Georgia event, too. Yeah, Superman. Like if you're not climbing the mountains of Colorado, you just climb one long ass hill in Iowa, that's gonna suck, right? It's like a 50 miles straight up. Yeah, Brian Melcher's saying Ragbrai is no joke. I agree, Brian. Dude, you should watch some of these people on YouTube. I'm like, these fucking people are lying. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've ever watched a YouTube idea, like, hey, I want to go do this or I want to go do that. I don't think I've ever seen more people bullshit in their videos than Ragbrai. Like, and I'm not talking about regular road bikers. I'm talking about like Bob and Sue. Like, there's like people out there. They're just like I've been working in an office for 20 years. I've never, ever exercised in my entire life. And I just whipped out 500 miles like it was nothing. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. It's like, I've tried doing that. It's like, get out of here. It's like, stop. And the worst part was, I'm like, you're sending people in this YouTube video to go do this thing, and they're going to have a bad time. When all they wanted to have my point here is leading back to the mountain bike festival. Go to a mountain bike festival. You can pick and choose your poison and the length of time in your poison. You go to Ragbrai, you're locked in. You're locked in. You better have like 5 different pairs of stretchy pants. I mean, you better be good. Start lubing up. Yeah, it's a great ride. I'm not anti-doing it. I'm just saying, I guess my point here is, if I was going to do this ride, right, I would definitely want to take electric-assisted bike, number one, because I don't ever want to have a moment where I'm like, I got to drop out. I already know I'm going to be like, if I don't have an electric-assist bike, I'm going to want to ride the whole entire thing. I'm going to want to ride the whole thing without an electric assist. I know that by day 3, I'm going to be fucking pissed. Because I'm going to be worn out, tired, hurt, pain. I'm not going to want to wake up like day 3. I'm going to be like, fuck this. And I think day 3 is the century. Maybe day 4. Whatever that century happens afterwards, I'm like, I'm done. And then the worst part is, I wouldn't enjoy myself after a certain, like the middle of it, I probably wouldn't enjoy myself. So at least for me, not being a road biker, I want to enjoy the entire thing. I want to pedal when I want to pedal. I want to not pedal when I don't want to have to pedal. I want to enjoy the people I meet along the way. I want to have a good time. I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to leave with a bad taste in my mouth. And I want to enjoy every town I go into. And, I just want to have a good time. I'm not there to race. So, and I'm certainly not going to spend all this money to go there to do just a section. If I lived in Iowa, fuck yeah. I'd ride like a day, have a party with my family and friends, be done with it. But I'm taking like a truck and a sag wagon with like all bunch of shit behind it, a bunch of my friends. I want to have a good time. There's no reason. No reason to. Now, if you're a road biker, that's different. That's a different conversation. If you're like, I can put on 500 miles like it's nothing. I know what that entails. I know what it means to break parts of my bike. I know how to change a tire and how to change brakes and how to do whatever it takes to get there. I know how much my body can go through. You know, you get wind and rain and all that kind of stuff. You could turn a really good experience into a bad experience, and I just don't want that. My buddy doesn't either. Dude, I used to ride with this guy. We rode all the time, and we've been to all kinds of mountain bike festivals, and he's the same way. He's like, fuck no, I ain't doing that. I'm like, me neither. I'm like, the only way I'm doing this Ragbrai thing is if I have a good time. Like, I want a guaranteed good time. That's what I agree, John. Like, I want to be able to. So some of these people on YouTube are like, they're drinking beers along the way, and they have electric assist bikes. Then there's other people that are like there's some people. One of these YouTube videos had someone that was completely unhealthy, older, like mid-30s, early 40s. And looked like they'd die of a heart attack tomorrow. And they were like, yeah, they're video of taping themselves, not taping, but, you know, like video of themselves drinking beers as they're doing the 100 mile. And I'm like, that fucking guy, there ain't no fucking way that guy is doing 100 miles. There's no fucking way. I've rode a bike drinking. I was like, I've done it. I was like, there's no way it's happening. I was like, there's just no way that's possible. That guy's like taking video of himself drinking a beer and then jumping on a sag wagon is what he's doing. And then he's telling people that he's doing it, and I'm like, that ain't happening. But I want to do that. I want to have like a beer. I want to have a gin and tonic. I want to ride 20, 30 miles on an electric-assisted bike and get there. I want to be like, hey, I showed up. If I'm not feeling this, I'm still going to have a good goddamn time. Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. I mean one beer. I don't mean like a six-pack. I mean like you're drinking one beer while you're riding makes you tired as fuck. I mean, you know it, right? It feels like pain. You never even get drunk. You didn't even get to that point where you're buzzing. Like if you have a beer and you start riding hard, trust me, you're like, this sucks. I'm only having one beer. I'm done. Tomorrow, no beers while I ride. Yeah, if you're a road biker, I feel like I got a road bike. This is what I do. I enjoy myself. I know what it means to sit in a hard-ass seat. I've got a bunch of different tights that I can put on, so they're different places, like different padding, so I don't get all fucked up. I got like a pound, like 10-pound lube injection for my butt and all that kind of stuff. Have at it. But that person that does that knows what it entails. My point was, if you're not a road biker, if you think you're going out there and you're going to put 500 miles on in 7 days and have a fun time, no fucking way. No fucking way. That's what I was thinking, Brian. I'll definitely do the pit stop bear. But if I do the pit stop bear, I want plan B. I definitely want plan B. If I'm gonna eat like a pork chop or something, a smoked pork chop and pound a couple beers, I want that electric assist to kick in. Yeah, I think you do have to train for it. I agree with that too, Nino. And I had to ask myself that. I asked myself that. I'm like, I'm gonna do this thing. I'm like, I'm gonna do this. I'm doing this trip. I'm like, but there ain't no I'm like, there's no way that I don't want to spend 3 to 5 months training. I was like, I want to have fun. I was like, honestly, I don't. I was like, I don't want to train because I think the training is, you got to do the training, and it's not something you can do in a week. It's something that takes like 1 to 3 months minimum. I would bet it takes. I bet you could time it for like 9 weeks of training and be peak form. If you did it every day, like twice a day. You rode twice a day, 9 weeks. If not, 3 months. and you'd be like right where the sweet spot is. And then yeah, fuck yeah, I'd enjoy myself. I'd ride those miles like it was nothing. Yeah, see, so Ryan's giving the truth right now. Ryan Morris just said, "We had a bus following us at Ragbrai. Can chill if need be, and tons of bears." It's like Ryan Morris is saying the truth. Like, and I think that's where the YouTube videos got it wrong. Like, I think you have to have like, if I went with some friends, we would have our own sag wagon. And we'd have people there, and we'd be like, "Look, here's the deal. If you want to ride, you ride. If you don't, jump in the bus or the camper or whatever. You know, like, drink when you want to drink. Don't drink if you don't want to drink. Here's a bike if you want to ride. Meet us in the next stop." Or, I don't know, you wake up at 5 a.m. by 7:30 you're on the road. You pump out 30 miles. You get into one town, and this one town's like, "Let's party." And you want someone there to help you along, I think you do it. Like some of these people on YouTube were like, "I signed up for the outfitter and I just rode the whole thing." And there was a couple honest YouTubers. A couple of them were like, "Look, here's the deal. I fucking hated this thing." And I'm like, I think you set yourself up for it. But, well, not set themselves up. I think that they didn't realize that if you've done these things, like I've done some of this shit multiple times in the past. I'm there to have fun every time. Like wherever I go, if I'm gonna go do a festival, my number one, I'm never gonna be the number one at anything like that. So I'm there to have a blast. I'm here to have fun. I want to take a demo bike out. I want to party. You know, I'm not like overly competitive when it comes to. I was competitive skier when I was younger, but like mountain biking, surfing. I'm there to like eat tacos, drink a beer, smoke a bowl out on the past the second break. And I don't normally smoke weed, but I will smoke weed if I'm surfing. You know, I used to compete skiing, but as an adult, fuck no. Like I just like to go out there and have a good day, go in the trees, hang out, have a good time. Yeah, you're not getting paid. Yeah, I agree with that, Nino, too. I agree with that, brother. Well, so Brian's saying, you're not getting paid and it's fun to push yourself, but it depends on one's goals. I agree with that, too. Like, I would do this ride. But if I did the ride, like if I was like, "Hey, I'm not taking an electric bike. I'm gonna go to this event, Ragbrai specifically. I'm gonna use the outfitter that everybody uses, and I'm gonna take a pedal bike with me, a road bike with me." I would have to fucking train because I would not want to show up and have a bad time. And that would be that goals thing you're talking about. Absolutely, it'd be that goal thing you're talking about. And if that's not my goal is to have a good time, like jam on. When I go to mountain bike festivals, some people show up to those mountain bike festivals and they're like, "I'm going to go do the Spider Trail. I just got this demo bike, costs $20,000, and I'm hardcore." And I'm like, "Fuck yeah, have fun, bro." I'm like, "Yeah, I'll do that with my shitty $2,000 mountain bike and have just as much fun." I saw the unicycle. I saw the video of the unicyclist, bro. So Duke's saying he lives in Iowa, has never done it. Never did it, man? I would actually, if I lived in Iowa, I would be down to do like volunteer sag wagon. I'd probably show up to just like set up in each town and help riders out. I'd do that too. That sounds like a blast as well. Just like not even volunteering, just show up, bring like 100 pounds of oranges, slice them all up, throw them and freeze them or something with some dry ice. I guess I can't huck them at them, but I think the party itself has got to be a blast. And there's something else here that I haven't done. I'm not from Michigan, but there's a large canoe festival here. And I had plans to go last year, I think, and I got caught doing something else. I ended up doing Isle of something or up north or something. I had a change of trip, but there's a canoe festival up here I was going to do too this summer. We pushed it to this year. I think the canoe festival is this year for here, and then Ragbrai for next year. So if any of you are interested in doing it next year, think about it. Watch some YouTube videos, and we could probably go together or meet up or something. Hell no, I can't ride a unicycle. I suck at unicycles. Yeah, Duke's saying if you're in a town where the bikers spend the night, it's a riot. I bet it is, dude. Yeah, so I'm not doing 2023. I'm going to do 2024. So if you're interested in doing it, I've got 4 people right now that are going or are tentatively going. Trying to talk another guy into it. I'd be interested in, if we got a large enough group, I'd be interested in renting like a shuttle or something. And I got a bunch of shit. Like you guys probably have your own shit out there too, but I got I got the trailer and I got the bikes and I got the fucking bunch of hot chicks to go from town to town and barbecue for us. The Coral Reef Columbus Day Regatta. Where's that? Where's the Coral Reef Columbus Day Regatta? I'm looking it up right now. That's too far. I was going to say I'd give you my boat to use. That's in Florida. I'd say just give you my boat. You can take it. Yeah, group ski trips to Park City are a blast too, aren't they? That's in Miami. Yeah, Duke's saying they just want a hot shower and a place to crash. I agree with that, bro. Yeah, barbecue. Fuck yeah, they'd barbecue for us. Duke's saying, we've had bikers spend the night at our place, didn't even know them. That's awesome, Duke. Yeah, I'd probably be a trail angel. If I lived along the route, I'd be a trail angel. I'd be like, take a shower, get inside, it's nasty. Or here's my hose outside, let me spray you down, let's have a bonfire. Let's have a blast. Oh, they are spending the... Dude, maybe I should go out there, man. They are spending the night this year in the... Yeah, it's what, six towns get picked. They change them every year, right? I did my research. So they pick 6 different towns. I think it's 6 different towns each year. And they rotate them throughout the state. And then these towns, like, roll out the red carpet. Like, they really do. It's kind of cool. That's more than kind of cool. It's really cool. That's why it's part of the glamour of all this. Like, there was one video I watched where a guy was like, this town has 250 or 350 residents. I think he quoted, like, he said 1,500, and then he put a correction in text on the video and said 250 or something. And he was like, 18,000 people rolled through the town. And this town had like pulled out the spread, like the red carpet came out for all these people. So it's got to be kind of a crazy thing if you're from a small town. And so I think that would be a blast. Like go to a small town, have a blast, hang out with the locals. Topless chicks on boats. Sioux City, Storm Lake, Carroll, Ames, Des Moines, Tama, Toledo, Coralville. Oh, yeah, Coralville, and I live in Des Moines. Well, it'll be a blast. You taking a long-ass road trip, fetching your boat from Atlanta? Oh, Nino, you should go. Nino, you should hook up with Joe Harper. He's outside of Atlanta, bro. Hook up with Joe Harper. Look up Joe Donut. He'll take you out in his boat. Yeah, it is. So look, there's some good videos out there. If you guys haven't never been or heard of that race in Iowa, it's the largest. It's not a race. It's I believe it's the largest bike ride I think in the United States. I could be wrong on this, but I think it's the largest bike ride in the United States. I think it's 18,000 riders. Oh, look at that big green bar right there. All right, I'm going to take one more stab at this right now. There's a big volume bar right here right now, so I'm long calls again. Pretty risky here. Not the right time for me to be doing this. 1:14 in the afternoon. A lot of buyers on the 1-minute candle right there. Big volume bar right here. Probably shouldn't have taken that trade. Let me check on VIX real quick. I think I might have. Yeah, maybe. Probably shouldn't have taken that trade. I'm probably going to get torched in this trade. If I have to, I'll add more. VIX trading 1576 right now in a death spiral. VIX trading below $16. 1576 here. I think I should get out of this trade. I think I fucked up on this trade. So I bought based on this volume bar right here. I think I'm going to get hurt on this trade. I'm not sure yet. Someone just bought. See it right there? A million volume on the 1-minute chart right there. So for the VIX to make a volplane, it needs to get above. Let me look closer. Yeah, I see what you're saying there in the VIX. I'm watching right now, brother. I'm watching the VIX with you. Hold on, I'm going to get out right now. All right, I'm flat again. But I see what you're saying on that. VIX now trading 1577 on a double bottom, trying to make a cross here. I should have stayed in that fucking trade. This is the second time today. Careful of a swift I want you to be careful out there. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. You could see like the squeeze higher and then a quick reversal here. I'm not believing this is going to happen. See that green bar down there? Big, giant buyers down here. Normally they like that stuff to print. But who made that comment? So I don't know who said that comment, but someone just said there's a big, giant bull plane in VIX. I agree with that. It hasn't shown itself yet. But I agree. It's too risky for me to be in a trade right here. I'm going to show it to you. The bull plane that he's talking about is right here. There's a 1-minute chart on the VIXy baby. And this trader just mentioned this in the chat. What he's saying to you is that VIX will start squeezing up here, and that would lead to a reversal on the SPY, a swift reversal. Now, my take here, personally, is that we're going to bloodbath this shit down. That's my take. Now, saying that, we're going to get some violent moves here, likely. The reason why I think it's going up is because of these buyers here. Normally, when you see these, not always. A lot of times when you see that stuff down there, see that green bar down there? They want that to print. So, I'm just going to stay flat here. I wasn't paying attention to take that trade. I'm going to respect what that trader said inside the chat. And just sit on my hands here. We know the sellers got overran earlier, so get rid of that. We know that the buyers, let's look on SPY real quick. Yeah, these are the buyers right here. Buyers do not want to give this up. Next buyers are down below at the 416.80. Go a 5-minute chart here. For 416.76. I got it in the wrong place. Down here. Ooh. Whoever said that in chat, thank you. I would have gotten ripped up in that trade. Thanks for saying so. Who said that in the who said that in chat? Who said that in chat? Who just said that in chat? Who told me in chat not to take that trade? Someone just saved my ass in the chat, and I don't know who it was. I don't know who. I don't know who did that. Someone said something in chat to me. I entered a trade back here and got out of it. It was you, Future Trader. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. And you're a vet too? Right on, brother. Hell yeah, man. Thank you. Yeah, Futures Trader said a bull plane on VIX. You guys are like hawks out there. You guys are like super hawks out there. Straight super hawks. Yeah, I don't want anything to do with this. I don't care if we do squeeze here. Very risky. This is very risky. This could I think the way to describe where we are right now at this moment is we could go either way. We could squeeze, like moon squeeze this, or bloodbath it, and I can't call it. So on stream, at least, the one thing bulls have going for them is this buy right here, this volume buy. You can see it right there. See that volume bar? It's on the 13. It's on the 113 minute. There was 1 million shares bought. I think we go up here, but on stream, too risky. If this reversed on me, it'd be my own fault. R2 right here, 418.94. I can't call this right now, and I am in agreement with the bull plane on VIX. Let me look around the market. I'm going to look at HYG. Yeah, you guys are right. I'm going to go look at HYG and shit. HYG looking bullish, man. It might be going up. We might have an ass blaster here. HYG is on a 1-2 trigger. HYG is bullish, although there's some daily bearish divergence coming down on it. A tough one to call here, man. HYG is hard to read. There's a giant gap to fill in HYG above. HYG divergence, of course. It's showing the higher rate increases. HYG pricing in this morning higher rates on Wednesday. What's XLF doing? XLF has a gap to fill down below at 33 and change. Let's look at the Dixie. No, dude, Dixie's going to crash here. This is a hard one to call. Dixie priced in a rate increase on Wednesday. This is a hard one to call. Dixie is bullish here, not bearish. Dixie is bullish here. It's looking for some consolidation for the hourly to come back up to it. Let me look at it on the 30-minute. That's tough, man. Let's look around the market together as a group. A lot of conflicting signals right now. So, Dixie. Dixie. Let's look around the market together. Now, we can go up here. Dixie. Bottom of bearishness. Getting more bullish. Hourly, not so much. 5-minute, meh. It's a 30-minute chart right now, but on a 30-minute chart, it's saying bullish on Dixie. Another bad thing for bulls here. Well, Dixie doesn't necessarily have to show what's coming, but volatility town's up here. You can see that vol has been suppressed on the hourly, right? Bears really want to get above the daily trigger and have the hourly come up and meet it. So just looking closely here together. On Dixie right now, right? Dixie to get bullish needs the hourly to come up. And then price. This could mean up currently for SPY, but a big rollover at some point. You see that? So price comes down in Dixie to like 101.90. You know, I think this is 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. You get the bloodbath at like 1 o'clock, and that's where Dixie starts to launch. It's just on this time frame. I'm not necessarily bearish on SPY at the moment. You can see it much better here. You're waiting for the hourly to come up to give you a hand. If you're a Dixie bull, you want the hourly to come up. You want it to cross the daily. You want price to stay above here. consolidate than the face ripper, and that's what rolls the SPY over. HYG. And this is kind of similar. HYG has the hourly rolling over on it. If price can get above, though, HYG would show the way higher for the SPY. But right now, the HYG is being sending lower, and it's on a major, like, emotional area here. All right, we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 trigger combination on HYG. Bearish on the daily. Bullish on the hourly. So not really a good read there. VIX bloodbathing once again. But even though it bloodbath, if you look at it on a 1-minute chart, there's your bullish cross on it. See it? Right there. So price is now above 1577. Conflicting messages for sure. Dangerous. Bull or bear. I don't care where it goes, up or down. I haven't looked right now. I'm not looking at the SPY chart, but just looking around the market. Just looking around the market. Just this moment. I don't know if I care if you're bullish or bearish here. Necessarily. Right now, I'm grateful I'm not in calls. But it's a 5-minute chart. All I can think about right now, the only thing this makes me think of is fucking bears are like, I placed my put spreads and I'm closing my laptop. And all I'm thinking about is, yeah, we get up there and then we put the put spreads on. I think if you're a bear, it doesn't matter if you do it. If you do it somewhere in here and you just close your laptop for the day, I don't think it matters. But is there a risk of a squeeze higher here? Most definitely. You can see it right here. You can actually see the volume bar right there, too. See it right there. On the 5-minute chart, they bought 1.2. So the 5-minute chart says it was 1.2 million. But they did it all in a 1 minute. They didn't do it actually in the 5 minute. They did it in the 1 minute. Like Dixie's rolling over right now. Yeah, it's a good thing I ditched them, but I don't think that Bears are in charge right now either. I think it'd go either way. I can't make a call. Futures trader saying Rut just confirmed a bear plane. Yeah, I think we'll see aggressive selling. I just don't know if it's today. I am in agreement with what bears are saying here. Like, I'm not in disagreement with what bears are saying at all. If I wasn't streaming, I would put on some put spreads and close my laptop. That's what I would do. I wouldn't day trade this. And I'm not going to trade this here. I'm not going to day trade this bear or bull at the moment. Like, it's just like 0-day puts or 0-day calls. For me, I think this is, you'll easily get trapped in here. And on either, I think the probability of you getting trapped bull or bear is high. Maybe a straddle or a strangle, or at least on a day trading basis. It's hard to call here. I like easy setups. This isn't an easy setup. Yeah, Jimmy, I agree. I agree, Jimmy. Or I don't think it's Wednesday. I don't think Wednesday is. I thought, tell me if I'm wrong. When we're ever going to rate decision, I always feel like it's, I always feel like rate decisions are, like we trade up into Tuesday, like middle of the afternoon, and it looks all bullish as fuck, and then they rug pull it. Am I wrong on that? I could be wrong on that. Maybe they do it a day early. Why is FRC not climbing? FRC, man, that shit is suspended. They're not going to unsuspend that. All the common shares are gone right now. Yeah, we get Apple ER on Thursday as well. How is Tesla looking? Yeah, the FRC wagon is dead. Chris Plummer was asking about that. Let's look at Tesla. There's this weird thing with Tesla too. You guys want to see some coolness on Tesla? Tesla's looking bullish as fuck here. Extremely bullish right now on Tesla. Tesla has a 1, 2, 3, and 4. No, 1, 2, 3, 4 trigger. Tesla's looking extremely bullish here. Trading 162.13. I'm bullish on Tesla here, if you want to know. Trading like a meme stock. I was having a conversation with a friend that over the past week and a half, 2 weeks, Tesla bull that I've been longtime friends with. And I was talking to him about, I didn't actually, part of this conversation haven't been able to have with him as of yet, but I used to really like trading Tesla. Well, let's start with this. I am no longer a fan of Elon Musk. I know a lot of you are, but I am not. He needs to put CEOs on his companies. I'll leave it simply. With that said, though, over the years, I've become very the Tesla gang has well, at least for me, I can't do it anymore. I'm still a huge Tesla bull. Like, I am Tesla bull all day long. But the fact that I can't differentiate between all of this and have normal conversations with people is a problem. Major problem. Being able to decipher between where it stood out for me last week was the SpaceX launch. Now, you used to be able to have great conversations about SpaceX, and you can't do that anymore either. So Tesla gang is now where up until even maybe a few years ago, you could have great conversations about SpaceX. Impossible. You're just like, I don't know if it's bots, a mixture of bots. I'm telling you, like fucking bots, and then human beings that are then like parroting what the bots say. It's out of control. And so now I'm not enjoying SpaceX anymore. That's pissing me off too. And I'm a huge SpaceX fan. But with all that said, my expectations are high for Tesla, and I was unimpressed with this earnings on a very high level. In my view, Tesla should go to, on this earnings, Tesla should go down to the 60s, at least. Saying that, I have an easy time differentiating what I want and what the truth is likely. And the only fly in that ointment that I can see is twofold. The hold on here, let me get this out for you so you can see where those if there are even buyers there. My one fly in the ointment with Tesla, or not one fly in the ointment, with making that statement. My one fly in the ointment is the Elliott waivers are like, fuck no, bro, we're still going to 300. And I'm like, they're right, or at least what they're charting is right. The only other fly in that ointment too is if you go on a quarterly chart for Tesla, this is where they make a market no matter what. This is when the argument of like market makers will make a market of anything. They don't care what you think about it. Well, they're like fraud and shit. Can be bad. I'm looking at Tesla right now. Hold on. Let's see if that shows on this chart. Yeah. Yeah, I can show on this chart. The problem with like Tesla, forget about, don't mince words with me about Tesla and fraud and all that shit. I'm talking about a fucking stock that's going to trade. Problem that I got with going to 65 isn't my view on their earnings. It doesn't even sit with the view on Elliott waivers. It rests on the fact that Q1, the accumulation of Tesla in Q1 was unfucking real. If you look at the volume bars on Tesla in Q1, it was insane. Like it was one of the most it was the highest accumulation that's been done on Tesla in its history. And when I see that, and I'm like, Tesla should be fucking repriced. Like in my view, Tesla needs repriced. It needs repriced until we get some deliverables. Saying that though, I can't deny that shit got bought. And not only did it get bought, they fucking bought all of it. And these aren't bots, and they're not Tesla gang. These are institutions. These are market makers. They bought Tesla. And so when I start to say it should go to 65, and I'm like, these fucking guys own Tesla. Like market makers own Tesla. I'm not even talking about Cathie Woods. I'm talking about like fucking banks own Tesla. Like by the bushel load. The only way that they're going to sell into each other is during panic. And unless you have panic, whatever I say to you about like, hey, Tesla should be repriced, or I didn't like their earnings, or Tesla owes me a truck and Tesla owes me a full line of cars, whatever the fuck that is, me not liking Elon doesn't matter. And me liking Tesla doesn't matter. What does matter is that it was bought. It was bought hand over fist. Like insane. Even though price is lower right now, it was at 162. It's starting to squeeze right now. If market makers buy that shit, if it wasn't us buying it, if it wasn't bulls buying it, well, they got a nice squeeze right there. If it's not bulls buying it, if it's not Tesla bulls or I don't fucking know, Kathy Wood or whoever, it's like institutions buying it. Only way they're selling it, if they did the buying, they're not selling it until they make their money. And I bought it $130. So going to 216, 217, whatever that is, not enough for a market maker. They want it probably 300%. So they want 300 if they're a market maker. So even though in my head I'm like, yeah, I want to see $65. I think these fucking market makers want to see 300. My view. Look at that nice squeeze on the SPY right now, trading 417.16. So that's the fly in the ointment for me with Tesla. Yeah, I didn't watch the interview. I refused to watch it. Haven't the past week. There's been a few interviews. I heard that he was doing the interview. I was like, I'm not listening to it. I read briefly about removing paid leave for parents at Twitter. I read something about Twitter being moved to Florida or Texas, Twitter HQ. I could care less right now. At this point, when I took my vacation, I realized mentally my health is better. Just not paying attention to Elon. Not reading anything about Elon and anything that he's doing. I don't care about it. I can't. And Tesla gang is doing no. Where Tesla gang used to be productive for Tesla, they're becoming a part of the problem, in my view. And this isn't you. If you're a Tesla gang person listening to this right now, this is not towards you specifically. I'm not being specific, like I don't like you or anything like that. I still like you. Tesla gang that I know out there and social media, love all you guys. My thought is that it's bots. I can see it infecting SpaceX now. Any conversation I used to be able to converse about SpaceX, have productive conversations. I'll learn a lot about SpaceX. And this right now with SpaceX, first time, it's just nonstop garbage now. It's just like a bunch of bots screaming at you all day long. No matter what you ask, no matter what you want to talk about, open-ended conversations, any of that stuff. It's just pure rage, like rage everywhere. I'm assuming that it's bots. Yeah, I can't do it anymore. I can't do it. I can't. I totally can't. Like even Twitter. Trying to figure out a way to have a Twitter presence that's not real. It's presence, but it's not real presence. Matter of fact, I've been writing the week that I took off here. I've been writing briefs every morning, and I want to start publishing them. So that's my Twitter presence, just like a daily brief in the morning, and then possibly a weekly review or something. That'd be the end of my Twitter. Well, I'll be on Twitter, but just not present in arguing or reading the stuff that I've been reading in the past month or 2 months. This isn't like a Republican Democrat thing either. It's not political at all. I mean, it's like ethical. Yeah, see, I was able to, some of that shit I was able to let slide. Oh, not slide, but I was like, I was fine with the crazy Elon. I had no problem with crazy, and I figured he would be crazy. I mean, like all that stuff I was fine with. I think the social media, I don't know if it's the social media or wasting his time, in my view, on social media. I was fine. I don't know, it's hard for me to explain my take on Elon. As long as he was working on SpaceX and he was working on Tesla and I was good. I didn't care. Like the whole social media thing, and like I just can't do it. I can't. Now he's working on AI. I'm like, I feel like he kind of could be wrong on this. I could be wrong on this. It's like maybe someone smart said, "Hey, you're going to lose the race to Mars before AI takes over, and so you might as well just cash in now and make a bunch of money and power, and try to survive." Maybe. I don't know if some of you guys probably know what I'm talking about. Some of you guys probably don't. Oh, dude, Winky. So some things I can't talk about here. I gotta talk to you. I gotta tell you something, Winky. I was able to. I'll tell you guys something. You guys want to know something cool? I can't divulge this, but I have a friend who's able to see everyone on Twitter's alt accounts, and not just their alt accounts. They're able to see their dead accounts. So if you had an account and you deleted it, they can see that it's you if you have a new account. And so we went through looking at some famous Twitter users, and we found their public alt accounts, and we found their dead accounts too. Winky, I'll give you a call or text message later about that. Yeah, there's still a. We were looking at some people and we're like, we're like, if people knew who their alts were. So you're able to see people's alt accounts. You're able to see accounts that they've deleted. All kinds of shit. You can see what Elon will comment on stuff. It's really fucking bizarre on alt accounts. Yeah, some of the things that I saw this week, I was like, I'm not making that public. Like, I'm not talking about this. I'm like, I'm not naming names out there. I'm like, I'll just keep that it's kind of like when you find something out you're not supposed to know, and you're just like, yeah, I'll just keep that quiet. Just keep that to myself. We found out they never delete accounts when they got hacked and had to tell people that deleted accounts got hacked. No shit. Yeah, exactly, right? When you find out your neighbor is banging the UPS driver, mum is the word. I agree. Some of the shit I saw, I was like, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying a word. Because they'll be like, I'm not that person. You don't know what you're talking about. And you're like, hey, what about this? And they're like, you're just cutting and pasting. And I'm like, okay, I'm not. I was like, I'm not gonna say anything. Mind your own business. Agreed. That's totally how I felt. Yeah, dude, I saw that shit too. I saw that outside of that. I saw some really creepy shit. All I want to see is like Neuralink be worked on. I want to see the focus on Tesla. I want to see the focus on SpaceX. That's all I want to see. I don't care about Twitter. I think I do, but I don't care about it. Some of the shit I'm reading right now is just fucked up on Twitter. And this is more like security stuff, and this is not his politics, and this is like technical stuff. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, your old account got censored by. I thought Elon gave a blanket reprieve. You might want to go back and check. I thought that Elon reprieved everyone's censored account. This is just eating up right now. SPY is just tearing apart. Yeah, be careful with the MN material. Yeah, careful with MN PI. Yeah, totally, man. Like that's what I was like. Your gaming. Someone did say on Twitter that they were still shadow banned. That the blanket reprieve only applied to very high public accounts. It didn't actually apply to everybody. I've been told that elsewhere too, but it doesn't apply to everyone's account. Yeah. So whatever. So anyways, so for me right now, I'm kind of pissed at Elon. Most of my upsetness with Elon is like, there's no truck. Like, there's no fucking truck. I wanted not just one truck. I wanted like the cool Cybertruck, and then I wanted like an F-150 or a Mazda B2000 or something. I wanted an SUV. I want those things, hands down. I wanted FSD to have LiDAR. I wanted FSD and LiDAR to be. I wanted him to be a statesman and get it passed all over, allowed all over the country. Like that shit's not happening. Like I have material things about Tesla that have not happened at this point. I was appreciative of lowering prices. I like that. Believe it or not, I was a proponent of that. But there's just some material things that have not happened yet for me. Promises that have been made that haven't been fulfilled. And there's no argument there. There's no fucking Cybertruck on the road. So I get issues with that. That shit to me is all priced in. So if it's not done, if it's not out there and happening, I got a problem. SpaceX, Starlink. Not Starlink. Starlink's done a great job. SpaceX has been a thorn in my side too. Starship is not flown, man. It's still not. No matter what you say, right? It is still not the largest rocket to fly into space. You can't take that claim. It's the biggest to fly, not successfully. Sorry, you still don't have that title. The sloppiness of that launch upset me deeply. I don't want to hear the excuses. Truly, like I was expecting that thing to fly. I'll be honest with you. We had that tech in the 60s, and you guys say, no, we didn't. It's new tech. I'm like, no. This is 1960s. That means we had the tech being developed in the 1940s. It's now 2023. I don't want to hear it anymore. Like, it's just wasting time, in my view. Wasting time. I agree too, John. Largest successful rocket launch in history? Not Starship. Proven. Yeah, I like Toyota. I owned a Toyota for many years. Love that truck. Best truck I ever had, period. Well, it's not. No, my expectations are high. My expectations are very high. My real problem with SpaceX is the conversation surrounding it, especially the public conversation. It's being steered right now. And you have to mind me. You have to understand that I have multiple people in my family that work directly right now for Tesla and SpaceX. We have family get-togethers, so our conversations in no way mirror the public conversations. They're distinctly different than the public conversation about these companies. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Justin Guy. I'm not doing shit right now, are we? I'm just grinding here. Look at this. Just yeehaw, take all your put and call money. No, I can't call it. Right now, I can't call this as going up or down. Too many conflicting signals right now. Tesla looks bullish as fuck right now. Super bullish. VIX is rolling over right now. Yeah, I'm going to take a... How about this? I'll do 10. I'll just do 10 pack, okay? Hold on. I'm on 10 417s for 45 cents. It's just a small position. VIX rolling over right now. Yeah, I've heard, you guys have to understand. I've been a Tesla bull for like a fucking decade. Like when I hear when I hear Cybertruck into here, I don't want to hear it anymore. We priced that in years ago. I expected Cybertruck to be delivered years ago. Not only that, I expected us to be working on like a small truck, like the old school small Toyotas and stuff. At this point, expected an SUV. I already listed off my laundry complaints, and I'll warn you, or in my view at least, if you deliver the Cybertruck, it results in a squeeze higher, but not in repricing higher. So it's still short lived. I need new I need delivery on old promises, and then pricing in new promises for me to feel confident or comfortable. Personally, I'm a Tesla bull. You got to remember, I am a Tesla bull. Like, and I don't like being called that I'm not a Tesla bull or anything like that. That there's like, this person doesn't like Tesla, or this person doesn't believe in SpaceX. I believe in SpaceX. Believe in Tesla. I want them to get back to focusing on that shit. I'm in calls. I'm in 417 Cs. VIX is rolling over right now. Oh, thanks, STT. Love to hang out with you, brother. You know, Apple. I remember when Apple stopped launching new products, and there was an ER when they started to discuss. I agree with that. That should happen. I don't think $250,000 is enough money. I think that's chump change. But it's not like you can battle a bank run anyways. There's no real way to battle a bank run. Yeah, let me take a look at Apple real quick. Let's get back on the Apple conversation. So Apple had an ER Yeah, I'm watching Apple. I see the roll in Apple right now. Yeah, I'm definitely in a risky trade here. Let me check Apple on the tool real quick. It's like Apple had an ER where they were like, look. Yeah, I'm watching Apple right now. I got my eyes on it. Apple had this ER where they were like, yeah, this is a recent year or two ago, maybe, in the past year. Apple had an ER where they were like, look, we're switching our growth strategy to growing services. And all the reporters and the people that like to buy Apple, these are like institutions and stuff, they couldn't understand what they were saying. So Apple was like, hey, look, we're going to start, our newest product is services. We're going to start charging people. And we're going to make a lot of money off that. And I remember Apple stock tanked. The first report or two about that, even though their earnings were outstanding. But then the earnings kept growing on those services. And then eventually Apple caught up in price too. But it's not the shiny rock. Like, it's not a shiny ring or a shiny rock to be like, yeah, we're focusing on this as growth. And that's a key point, right? Like, as a company, you need to continually be introducing new products. That's part of growth, right? We expect you to launch this new thing, this thing that is you have to have, right? I'm watching Apple right now roll over. God damn it. I'm flat right now. I'm down a penny right now. I'm watching Apple right now. It's rolling. All right, I'm flat again. I'm down a penny on that trade. Too risky right now. I'm watching Apple. I'm flat right here. Good eyes on Apple. Man, I want to buy that so fucking bad, though. I want to buy that Apple right there, right where it is. So that wasn't a shiny thing, right? Well, I guess it is a shiny thing for some companies. If you're like PayPal or something, services are shiny. But for Apple, it's not. And the real true fear with Apple is, okay, so you're telling us you're going to focus on payment services and your ER is going to be kick-ass, but at the same time, you're not introducing new products, right? This thing that's needed, right? That's what Apple is known for. Everybody has to have an Apple Watch. Everybody has to have an iWatch. Everybody has to have, and of course, Apple bulls are like, we want an Apple car. Some Apple bulls will tell you they don't want a car, but they do. They want you to have your Apple car. When you get your Apple TV shows and movies, like, personally, I can't stand Apple TV shows and movies. It's like taking an elevator. It's like too antiseptic for me. But people like that shit. People like saying, I watched that Apple show. And that's what Apple is. So they have to continue to reinvent themselves with products. And they did come back after those services, just based on the just numbers they were making bank. And eventually Apple stock ripped faces off, right? I know you guys like Apple TV and movies. I'm not trying to shit on you. I know you guys like it. I know you guys are going to say you love it. I can't stand it. I feel like I'm in a... What's that show where they... what's the show, the acclaimed show from Apple where the guy... Tried to watch it. He's in the office. What's the Apple TV show? I feel like I'm living that show by watching all of Apple TV. There's no risk in Apple TV shows. What is it called? It's like bland to me. I know that I'm being highly subjective too, because I know that you guys love Apple TV. I don't know if it's a stat. I shouldn't say that either. It's a status thing to say I like Apple TV. What's that fucking show? No, I like Ted Lasso. That's not a bad show. Why is it not coming up here? I want to see the show. It's the one where God damn, what's the name of that show? Severance. You got it, Winky. Yeah, I watched Severance. I fell asleep. Severance. I fell asleep. I was like, fuck, man. I was like, Severance is like watching all of Apple TV and movies. That's the first time I've said that to anybody. Everybody I know is like, I love Severance and I love Apple TV. And I'm like, I feel like I'm living Severance by watching all of Apple TV. It's Severance. I can't prep the bear music. Ooh. Hey, guess what I did? Guess what I did? I forgot to tell you guys. I worked on fucking stock market music. I got a folder that says Beartown on it now. We'll have to go. I have how many bear songs do I have? I got a ton of them. You guys want to hear them? Oh, here comes the bear cross right here. We're turning yellow now. Warning. On the 1 minute chart right now, we have a bear cross forming. You can see it right here. See it right there. Price needs to stay below for this cross to take place. I am not believing in it just yet. It'll be something like this right here. That's where your bloodbath is. You guys are going to cue. All right, so I've got the bear music cued, but I'm not buying it. I think we trade up into 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That's my thesis. But I've got a list of songs here for the Bears. I actually did that work. I forgot to tell you guys. I have a whole entire... I got jams, man. I got some jams. Should I turn some of this shit on? Like, you guys know Danger Snow, but I've got other songs. Apple recovering right now. I couldn't do Apple TV, man. All right, how about this? We'll start the bear music because the Bears think we're going down. So we'll start the bear music. If you don't like the song, say something and I'll delete it. If you don't like it, I'll delete it. Let me know. You guys can't hear this? Can you guys not hear this, or can you hear this? Hold on. Hold on a second. I'm gonna turn on. Hold on a second. Tell me if you can hear this right here. Can you hear that? I might have to reset it. Hold on. All right, we'll do one more test. Can you hear this? Can you hear it now? Hold on here. That's a shame because of mine it sounds awesome. Should I play that one again or go on to the next one? I think that was pretty good. I didn't mind that one. Huge bear flag right now on the S&P 500. The white's crossing the red on the 1 minute chart right now on the 5 minute. Blood in the market. Okay, so I was told no on that one. How about this one? Yeah, it does sound kind of bullish, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't know. No, not a fan of that one either. No, we already know about that one. Yeah. Let's try the next one. Nah. Oh, that's bearish right there. I don't know, maybe too sweaty for the Bears. I don't know if I like that one either. Maybe I was wrong in having these songs down. Let's go to the next one. Yeah. Oh, that's some bear shit right there. The Mortal Kombat theme song. I think the first song's my favorite. It's all right. It's not fast enough. Hey, Crazy Eddie, how you doing? We're trying out some bear music and seeing what we like and what we don't like. Is this bearish consolidation? Same to you, Crazy Eddie. We're trying out Beartown music. I'm not fine. I thought I had some songs, but I'm not a fan right now. Yeah. It's hard to get music that I'm not going to get copyrighted on. Well, that's some bad shit right there. Music from Jaws. That one's not too bad. This one's like, bulls will pay. Oh, dude, is that Michael Jackson? Some John Haggerty music. Maybe this is John Haggerty music right here. We might have to go back to Old Faithful. Oh, let me check a bunch of these. We might be back to Old Faithful. You guys just come to expect the Old Faithful. Two or three songs ago was good. What, this one? That one? Or that one? Yeah. Oh, here we go. I know some of you guys like. Corey's in his office right now just playing air drums. Try this one.
They call me a
Bears love getting their ego stroked.
call me a
Let's go. I'm about to go off like a weapon. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop. No.
This is my favorite still. Bull bear cross right now. Big, huge cross for the Bears. VIX with a triple bottom, now trading above the 1 and 5 minute trigger. VIX looking to trade 1634, 1640.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels.
All right, that's enough right now.
Tick.com.
Market rolling over real quick. Let's give a quick market update. We've got a 1 and 5 minute. We've got a 1 and 5 minute bear plane forming above here. Now trading down. If you remember before the open today, this yellow line that you see right here, this is the high from yesterday. Just so you can see we're coming back into right now, bloodbathing it down to this previous high on the bell. This is on Friday here. Down below here, this is the low at 415.57 is the low from the previous low on the earlier part of the day. Then we've got the implied move down at 415.11. This whole day has been a series of trading up and down consolidation here. You can see this nice, beautiful bloodbath taking place right now. Bears have on target down below to at least get to that 415.11 down here. I apologize to any that's just joining me right now. I was unwilling to take a trade up here, up or down. I did jump into calls once or twice, but I closed them out when we were up here consolidating. And I couldn't take the trade either way. Now, I didn't take puts over here, mostly because I was dicking around with music. But that's because I did a bunch of work, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to fuck around with those puts or that music right now. That shouldn't mean you shouldn't stay in puts down here. So breaking through the previous high from Friday. And now down below, you'd be looking for a new low at 415.56. Don't forget that implied move. We still have not tagged it down below here. The implied move on the upside was 418.10. We're able to get to 417.82. That's another 40 cents or so. So just the implied move in the day, pretty close to the upside on this one, right? And then down below, you'd expect that we'd try to get down here to at least check this 415.57, and then we've got the pre-market low of 415.19 down below. I wish I had taken this trade now and not fucked around with music, but that's okay. Yeah, I can't play nice right now. You see 415.75 coming into play. VIX still has more room to trade higher here. VIX can go all the way to 1634. So probably not done going down right now. Even if there's a pullback here, even if there's a pullback above, we probably are still not done heading down here and retesting this low at least at 415.57. VIX now trading 1618 right now. That target above in the VIX again. There's a couple different places. There's some volatility above, right where VIX is right now, but then at 1640 would be a target for the VIX above right now. 1640. Just retested the previous low in the day right there. Can I take a look at RCMT? Hang tight, let me take a look. Has a gap to fill above at 1460, 1471. Another gap on high at 1778. Nope, won't talk about it. Thank you for saying something, Winky. Cannot talk about it. I apologize. Who asked for that? Who asked me to look? Do I know that person? Let me see who asked that. Yeah, I think I know Gary. I think Gary's been here for a while. Hold on, Gary. Let me take a look. I think you've been around for some time. I do recognize your name. Hold on. Yeah, we should be there soon, John. We're almost there, brother. Yeah, Gary, hang tight, brother. Normally don't talk about those tickers because I can get into trouble for pumping stocks that are too low of a float. So I don't want to be a part of that. RCMT. Hang tight, I'll take a look at it here. I'll show you what I see at least. There's some resistance where you're coming into, bro. 1326. You could possibly re-enter the trade above. It's getting a little long in the tooth. That's where your sell is up there. It's getting a little long in the tooth. If you wanted to pick it back up, you need to see it whole. I'll show you real quick. So I just want to give these bears a second here on SPY. You ready, brother? I got you covered. Okay, so our RCMT. Now, I want you to know out there, if you're watching this, I can't recommend you trade this ticker, okay? That's a low float ticker. It's likely being run by pumpers, not Gary. Low float stock, meaning probably buy $100 million or $1 million worth of these shares and make this shit move. Now, it does look like it wants to squeeze. I agree with you here. The good thing for you is that it's sitting on its monthly. Now, I want to show you something here. See how it squeezed up? And it rechecked its weekly and failed, right? But I want you to pay attention to this orange line right here. This is its weekly. This is a very emotional thing. This line is important. And my point behind this is, if you like, the trade is dead right now. But if price goes above your weekly and it holds, there is a trade higher where you start to take out these trapped buyers up here at like 17, 20 bucks. I.e., you'd need to see price come above 1350, hold 1350, and then allow the daily to come up, the hourly to come up, and then push price higher. So my point here is to expect sellers. Number one, you're going to expect sellers You're going to expect sellers at $13.31, probably lower, probably 13 bucks. So the trade is, it's not that you can't take this part of trade, but this is where the trade was. All these triggers down below is where the trade was. So you want to see price, you want to like take the money and run, let price get above, and then consolidate, allow this stuff to come up. And then if you begin to see it trading off 1340 higher, that's when you take the trade, because you don't want to take this trade higher and get trapped in an overnight situation and it blasts down on your ass. I hope that helps. That explanation helps. So is there a trade higher on this? Yeah. But you want to see it hold above 1330, and then you want to see these other triggers chase it and lend support to it. Did that help at all? So, like, if you want to go close that 15 and 1540, 1570, there's a trap in there against you. So you need to see it. You need not like it could go up and close for 15 bucks, come swing right back down, and just go to the depths of hell again. So far, trading the previous low on the day here. On the SPY, VIX, I'm going to take a look at that real quick. VIX with a reversal here. We might not be done here. Going to look to see if we'll get a reversal on SPY up here at 416.16 for further down. See if you can get that implied move. The key point here is that this is the implied move down here, right? And we already got, if you're looking at the entire market, how the options market is, see how we kind of traded the implied move, traded the down move. Kind of need to see more puts entered or start trading lower this implied move. So basically, the both sides of the trade for today have been hit on the SPY. The options market, not the 0-date market.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Yes, RCMT. I would just set up the 27 EMA, the 113 EMA. As long as price stays above that red line. Look at it again real quick. It's a kind of a trade, man, where like if RCMT closes the day at like 1331, you're either going to get a squeeze in the overnight or it's going to blast down on you. I think it's like a take the money and run and look for consolidation. Gary, check back in Like the 1 hour, 1, 2. I'd be check back in the morning or something. If price holds above $13 for a day, yeah, you can go higher. FDIC saying it's signaling support for narrow changes to deposit insurance. A top U.S. regulator wants to overhaul deposit insurance after recent bank failures depleted a fund used by the government to protect lenders' clients. The FDIC Corp announced 3 options for the Bedrock Fund on Monday, which currently covers up to $250,000 on most accounts. The impact of technological changes and high concentrations of uninsured depositors in pockets of the banking system were cited by the regulators' reasons for a possible overhaul. That's utter fucking bullshit. I have owned small businesses, and $250,000 is, if you own a business, I'm going to assure you, a lot of you, and I'm not talking about a mid-sized business. If you own a small business, $250K cash is not that much money. It's not a ton of money. Hey, Mr. Warriors, how are you doing? Yeah, Gary, I can't it's not that once you guys get the tool, you can trade whatever ticker you want with that tool. For me, I can't focus on them because the market cap's too low. I'm assuming at some point I'm either watched or being watched by the SEC and FINRA, and I just have no desire to ever be on the wrong side of FINRA or the SEC. I don't ever want there to be like, hey, this one time he did this or he did that, or I've discussed this in the show before. It's fairly easy to I could go out tomorrow and spend $100,000 on 10-cent calls on a July expiry that are worth a penny, and you'd see like 100,000 contracts. And then you would, I could come right on the show here and be like, hey, look at this. Nobody's noticed, but there's an unusual trade on ticker blah, blah, blah. You guys should all get in on it. And then, the option goes up 2 cents, 10 cents, and I'm actually the one selling them all to you. I cash out, you guys are bag holders. And then it continues on, you pay people to push this shit on social media. Fucking Discord's pushing it, and they're making money off it before I actually even speak about it. They've bought into. Then they pump it inside Discord. It's all fucked up. It's how these pumping up rooms work. It's not you, Gary. It's that. No, I don't want to be a part of that. They got to draw a line on that shit. It's like a simple thing to do. We're getting the back test right now on the VIX. Back test right now on the VIX coming up. Was rejected on the hourly, but that's not to be unexpected. You want to see the VIX hold here on the 1 minute and take another stab at 1640. If VIX gets above 1640, that's when the market really starts to sell. You need VIX above $16.43 for a much larger trade. So right where we are right now, looks like we can get this move down here. Now there's a giant move lower below this area right here. This is the target. If we can get below this, this is where the blood really starts to if you thought this was blood, this is nothing. It can rain. Yeah, I'm not doing it. No, you'll never. I've been asked. I've had phone calls with people that have asked me. I want nothing to do with it. I'll never be a part of it. I want zero to do with it. I'm never going to prison for anybody. There's no dollar amount in the world that I'm willing to go to prison for. Even if I got fucking filthy, filthy rich, not going to do it. I got a wife and kids. If I guess maybe if I didn't have a wife and kids, I would. Mira's not really a perma bear. He's just. I want you guys to be clear with you. Mira's not a perma bear. He's a market professional. He's not an amateur. He's not a retailer. He works in an office. He works in a sell side fund. And what they do is they take both sides of the trade. So they short the market. They buy it when they have to. They just hold it until it comes back, and they make their money back. They take both sides of the trade. And I'm still in agreement with Mira that we are going to roll. We're going to sell May. I agree with that statement. So if you own the VIX right now, I don't think it's a bad thing to own the VIX right now. What happens if the Fed says 0% no raise? Well, you've got Tim out there from Wall Street Journal saying to expect a raise. Now, Timorous is the mouthpiece of the Fed, if you didn't already know that. And he put out an article this morning at 5:30 in the morning saying expect a Fed rate hike, and then expect talk about a pause. Both of those are bullish for bulls, believe it or not. I know you might not think that's the case, but it is bullish for bulls. The one thing you do not want to hear, the word or wording or thinking about, is rate cuts. You do not want to hear anything like you're getting a rate increase or a rate hike. We're going to start looking at a pause. And then some reporter says something like, how about rate cuts? And he goes, yeah, we'll think about that. That's bad. Even if the initial reaction is a move higher, it's only to grab liquidity. Rate cuts are I know that bulls don't want to hear that, but that's the truth. But 0%, like no rate hikes, pausing any weakness that comes. You know how we hear things like sell the news. Like I can probably tell you what's going to happen based on where the price of SPY is when any news breaks. If we're going to go up or go down. So depending on where price is on the Fed rate hike meeting, we're pretty high right now, right? I would expect us to squeeze to 420 and then roll over right then and there. The way the options market is, the hedging in the market is, it looks like 420, and then it looks like 430 down the road. The only really bad thing that you could hear would be rate cuts. Yeah, I'm using a TVC. VIX. If you're going to own the VIX, I recommend owning VIX futures. I think what you're seeing on Webull is possibly VIX futures, but I use the VIX, which I believe is not on Webull. It might be, but I don't think that it is. It was VIX. I believe it was June 21st, 26C on VIX. The implied move right now is 415 on today. I'm not expecting much more further down. They don't want those 400s to print. So my point earlier today was like I used to buy weekly VIX calls. They never fucking print. You got to buy them out like 2 months out on the same contract or the next contract, but never never this contract. Like a weekly. I have to, if I'm trading VIX calls like a weekly or like a 1 day, 2 day, I have to time them perfectly. Like the highest probability is just own it. It's like that's what I was saying earlier was unless you time it perfectly, they burn the fuck. If you watch the chain on UVXY, if you watch the chain on VIX and UVXY calls on close dated calls, they get torn up. They get wrecked. I always like expressing it in put spreads or VIX calls that are farther dated, like month, 2 months, something like that, or just owning it. Yeah, no, I'm not down with the 1 day. Not personally. I've traded VIX. I used to trade VIX. My only other problem with VIX is like when you're trading, it's so much work. So it's like you have to time it perfectly, and then you're in and you're out. So I want nothing to do with it. For me personally, I got no wants. I can just buy put spreads and they'll fucking print and I don't have to watch them too closely. Good question though, Will. I used to get so pissed trading weeklies and 1 day. I'd have the direction right, and you get a big squeeze, and that would be it. It would just torch the options chain. HYG slowly closing the gap down below. All that blood and apple, it's only down 26 cents in the day. And Dixie on a high right now. XLF, a little bit of rolling over going on. Nice day overall, though. Bears getting paid. Bulls getting paid. Actually, a decent day to trade the S&P 500. I wouldn't expect too much either. The expectation for me, if you want to know my expectation, has not changed for tomorrow. And that is the trade higher and then the selling around 1:30, 3:30 in the afternoon. Yeah, I think I showed if you go on the show earlier, I showed the strike with 100,000 contracts. So I think it was 26C on the 21st for VIX, 100,000 contracts, $17 million. I think it was 26C, 100,000. I showed it this morning. Let me see if I can show it again. Hold on. Give me a second. I'll look. So I'll put it on the screen right now for you. It's June 21st. Yeah, it looks like the 26C. See it right there, my cursor is. 100,000 contracts. Right there. You guys see it right there? Yeah, I don't like trading. EVXY I've gotten torched. Or at least calls. Calls and puts. I just like owning it.
So the Treasury previously projected a $278 billion quarterly borrowing. So the US Treasury here lifts the April to June borrowing estimate to $726 billion. Estimate presumes Congress addresses the debt ceiling and projects a $550 billion cash balance for the end of June.
Yeah, I can't do calls and puts. The UVXY is broken. It's broken. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. There's over 100,000 OI.
This year, it issued
I said longer dated. Longer dated. With a high OI on it. My conversation this morning was, I was saying, like, if I'm sitting here and I'm going, yeah,
assuming end of September,
market's gonna start crashing right now, and then if we start ripping higher to 420, I'm gonna get torched in those, right? $17 million trade. $17 million trade on that strike. No. So Walter Bloomberg 38 minutes ago said the Fed will not cut rates later this year, Malik says. So you're getting all these signals right now, like you're getting warmed up into this rate decision. You got Tim Rose saying, like expect a rate hike and then a pause, or talk about a pause. You've got Malik coming out and saying the Fed will not cut rates. It's very important for you as a market participant to listen closely to what's being said to you. And just realize that they're telling you specific things. They're saying rate hike, pause, but no cuts. It's a very important thing. If you start to hear whispers from the mouthpieces or the leakers, anything like cut, like you don't want to hear that language. You start hearing that language, it'll disrupt the market. There'll be panic. Even if we squeeze higher, it would just be, in my view, it'd be a liquidity grab. So when you hear things like pause or rate hike and then pause, we'll take a look down the road. But number one, just as a part of society, I want to see us above the rate of inflation. I think the Fed wants to see us above the rate of inflation, even for just the time. And especially if we're going to run into more failures, commercial bank failures, any more banking failures, anything along the way, they're going to have to pour some money into the system, right? They're going to dip their fingers and their fat hands into this money that they've already recreated and have fake removed from the system. That's the balance sheet, right? We know they dip their hands in for regional banks. And just be aware of the language that's used. I guess my point here is be aware of the language that's used. And that doesn't mean if we get a rate hike that we don't get weakness in the market. But that's probably due to the price of SPY, price of the stock market. Has less to do with are we going to crash? So if you hear like 50 BPS and the market's weak and you interpret that as we're going to start crashing, there's a fault in that argument because the Fed is fighting inflation. The Fed has not broken the markets yet where there's real damage done if they're continuing to raise rates or even pause. You start to see VIX up with the rally melt up if we hold 420 and begin to attack 430. Who's saying spicy over there? Is that James Rowland hiding out under a different username? You were going down. Tis a large load of steaming BS. Pause no higher for longer. J-Powell's going to eat turd pie. This time is different. Banks are fine. No credit crunch coming, etc., etc. Yeah, if you're a bull out there, you're only, like, literally, your only saving grace is raising rates or pausing. With talk of raising rates down the road. If you fucking hear them fucking fart, like a silent whisper fart, like, cut. Anything like that. Cutting rates. That is not your cue. They feed that bullshit to you. Like, when I read that shit, I read people being like, the moment they cut rates, the market's going all-time highs. I'm like, oh, it'll squeeze. I'll be honest, I was talking about this morning. There's some things you don't want to... If you're a bull that's long, there's three things you don't want to happen. You don't want to see war end in Ukraine. You don't want to see rate cuts. And you don't want to see tensions going away with China. Like, I'm almost sure at this point that the reason one of the reasons that nobody talks about that the market is having a soft landing is due to a proxy war with Ukraine and a buildup with China. It's a part of the answer, and part of it's raising rates. It's gotta be a part of it. And my assumption is, at this point, that those nations are in on it. Those three countries know. That politically and just intelligence and the world economy, my assumption is that the U.S., China, and Russia know that the only way not to fall into a depression is likely to wag the dog, if that makes sense, even if it's through proxy war. That there's some kind of ability to wage war indirectly, along with a threat of war, and that is helping with the soft landing. Hey, Omar, how you doing, brother? Good to see you, my man. Yeah, I do think they cut rates at some point. The other day I was looking at there was a post that showed a flyer with advertising for prices of goods from the 1950s. I mean, eventually they're going to lose that fight with inflation, right? It's mostly a matter of buying time. You guys remember me talking about this last year, I think. And I got lambasted for saying this, and I was like, they're just buying time for you to accept higher prices. You're going to accept higher prices, and you're going to, hopefully, your company is going to pay you more. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's 15 to 20 years down the road where they eventually catch back up. Anyone that's been through that cycle knows that. It's kind of gross, right? My assumption is that all three nations are involved, too. My assumption is that behind a closed door, they know they have to wage some kind of war. And we saw it in our own country. Yeah, if any guys know anything about short and long-term debt cycles, knows that we go through civil unrest, we go through corporate taxation. When we go into a recession or depression, we go through a war. Those kind of things help stabilize recessions and depressions. So just seeing that stuff happening right now, we did some digging this week. It was really hard to find direct correlations right now. No one's talking about it. The only articles I've found are mostly sentiment based. Like, oh, war is bad for the economy. That's not real. That's not true. When it's a current war, they don't want to say that. Like, you're not going to see the news tell you a continued fight in Ukraine is good for us having a soft landing. You're not going to hear someone tell you that publicly. They'll tell you that 10 years from now or 20 years from now. I'm always bizarred out by that, Johnny. I'm always like, I'll be on social media and I'm like, why are these fucking bears saying that they want rate hikes? That we're going to crash from rate hikes. I'm like, that's not where we're crashing. And then I see bulls saying, like, if they cut rates, bro, we're going to the moon. And I'm like, the fuck are you both being fed? Like, you're both on the wrong side of the trade. I'm like, if I was a bear, I'd be waiting for if you got a rate cut, I'd be a bear just waiting for a squeeze for liquidity and be like, fuck it, I'm all in short. That's me. Yeah, there's an idea here that I would even posit that if Ukraine had a truce at some point, that you would then see a flare up in China and Taiwan to keep it going. Kind of have to keep it going. It keeps people working. War keeps people working. Keeps production going. Keeps GDP numbers up. There's a lot of positive. And the war is not in our backyard. It's not like we're fighting the war. It's not like there's a draft in the United States. It's not like you're going to fight that war, so you're accepting it. And that's fucked up, too. Like, as a U.S. citizen, you don't actually have to fight that war. As a Chinese citizen, you don't have to fight that war right now. There are some Russian citizens fighting that war, but those are citizens from republics in Federation, Russian Federation, that are already, they're fourth-class citizens. It's not like people from Moscow are fighting that war. Do I think there's? I think there's still a hard landing. I just don't. Well, no. So I don't know. Yes and no. Do I think there's a hard landing? Yes, but price matters. I think the price of the hard. And I think that's where the soft landing comes into play. Is historically, let's say we get that hard landing next year, and the market's at 370. Is the hard landing? Remember when we were down at 345, the hard landing was 2,800, 2,400. There was when we were down at 345. Actually, in January of 2022, if you looked at Elliott Wave, they had like 1,600 was one of the targets. I believe 1,600, 2,400 was one of the 2,400 was one of the targets. But the probability of those of us hitting those was like 15%, 5%. Of those low end targets. It gets the probability of that increases when we're trading down at 345, right? We're closer. But the tools that they're using right now, us not being at 345 or 3,300, when we're this high in the market, those probabilities go back down again. So my point here to you is, if they're using rates and if they're using time, this is a key one. Time. And we'll discuss time here in a minute, but if they're using their tools and if they're using war to soften the landing now, and time passes, there's an argument to be made that we won't get down that low because we don't actually fight. Right now, we're not fighting the rate of inflation, are we? And as time passes, we do produce more, and money becomes less valuable, and also our economies grow over time, right? So time is no one likes to talk about time either. That's one of the other things I don't ever hear J-Pow talk about. Maybe he does sometimes, but they don't really talk often about time passing. Time is like this big part of it. When you trade the market sideways long enough, eventually all this velocity catches back up to you from decades or years, half decades, decades. And then price does matter, because what will happen is if we trade sideways long enough and we trade sideways and up long enough, that pullback, you'll look back in, let's say, 5 or 10 years and go, shit, I should have bought 345. We traded 470 or 490, came back down to 345 or 360, right? But you should have, but it doesn't validate your point. It means that you should have bought 345, traded it up. You should have came back and bought 360, right? So you're not getting that ultimate. As a matter of fact, we talk about this sometimes. Mike Burry's trade that he had on, if we hadn't made that second leg lower, he'd probably be in fucking prison today. If he didn't get that second leg lower, well, first of all, the length of time that he was in that trade, there was so much money that he didn't make. And then the other aspect to that trade was, had we not made the second leg lower, not only would he have not made all that money for 7 years going up, he would have been flat with fees up his ass if we didn't make the second leg lower. And you know that they're trying to stop that from happening again. You know that they are going to do any and everything they can do to not have another 2000 or 2008. And I'll make a case in point, a recent one. COVID. In COVID, just like playing chicken in a road, they turned the money printer on. And that's one of those posits that, yeah, we'll get a 2008. Okay, well, if we do get a 2008, will they do that same shit again, right? Like they did in COVID. Now, the other part to this equation would be if they turned on that faucet and it still didn't work. And that would mean that something was fundamentally, functionally broken. So you have to find that for me. You have to tell me what that is. Like something really, truly fucked up. Like those mortgage-backed securities. It has to be something fraudulent That was part of the Mike Burry thing too, right? Like there was something fraudulent about our system, and modern monetary theory does not answer that question of being fraudulent. That's not good enough. You need something that's like inherently fraud in our system. And I apologize, but MMT is not fraud. Well, it is, but it isn't. It's legal fraud, but not mortgage-backed securities. Mortgage-backed securities was legit fraud. Yeah, so Mr. Talking Monkeys, this is to his point. Mr. Talking Monkey saying, sounds like Druck thinks this market is a whole new animal, kept saying there is nothing like this market, but still thinks the biggest opportunities are ahead of us this year, anticipates wild swings. Yeah, I'm with Druck on this. I think it's sideways and up right now. I think it's sideways and up, and I think that depending upon where price is when those wars end and we get price or rate cuts, that would decide how deep the damage is. But price is important. Time and price is two things no one likes to discuss. And there is this argument. I made a post on Twitter about risk-on desks. If you look at the stock market in October and then in March, January through March, there was risk put on this market. You can't say there wasn't. There was risk put on this market, and they did it into March 31st. Excuse me, into April, believe it or not. And they're still here in this market. They're here. They fucking own this market. So even if you're looking into sell in May and go away, even if you're looking into the volatility from the debt ceiling crisis, the sell in May, go away, price will matter. If we're selling May to 400, that's not 380, is it? It's not 360. So I think if I were you and you're a bear, every time we sell the market, I would be paying very close attention to breadth versus price. Where we are in breadth versus how much we've gone down in price. And VIX is telling you the same thing. So VIX is right now is saying the same thing. And there could be one bear argument saying, well, every once out in a range on VIX, you're going to get one momentary trade low to $15. We'll be right back to 20 and 30. Okay, I'm down with that. If we go back to 20 to 30, no problem. We're range bound 20 to 30, and every once in a while we're going to expect 40 and then 15 or 10. Okay, I can accept that. That's a valid argument. But outside of that, VIX is probably your best tool telling you to expect lower volatility in the market. Expect dips to be bought. Expect sideways and up over time. And that doesn't mean we don't have our seasonal lows. Doesn't mean we don't have like a low in May. Doesn't mean we don't have that one summer bloodbath. Doesn't mean we don't get a bloodbath September, October. It doesn't mean any of that shit. Just the volatility in the market, it's being suppressed. We have compressed vol. You can see that. Yeah, it's not fraud enough. We need more fraud. We need real fraud.
According to NBC News, the U.S. military is tracking a balloon of unknown origin.
It's reminding me of the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. A return to that. My only fly in the ointment on that argument is I don't believe that our politicians nor the U.S. has agreed to not be greedy. I don't think that the U.S. and greedy people and politicians, corporate CEOs are willing to live through, it's not austerity, but it's like a time of tempered growth for decades. I think it's just like why the market's going up right now. I think the market moves on at some point, and that's that whole time thing. I think at some point the market is like, yeah, let's put some risk on. I've got cash sitting on the sidelines. Let's put it to work. I know that if you're a high wealth individual, that You see your money sitting inside of the bank making 5% or 3%, and you're like, it's not good enough. As time passes, I need to put this money to work. I can't just be slowly creeping behind. So you're going to see people put more risk with their money to bring profit. So the equity market's where it's at for that. So as time passes, people get greedy. People are like, fuck it, let's make some money. That's just human, right? It's like a human aspect to our economy, to the stock market, greed. Let's take a look right now. Ready? Popular pattern right here. Here's the bull or bear plane forming up. I'll show it to you right now if you can't see it. I'll make it so you can see it better here. Give me a second. Okay. Here's the white and red line right here. What does a bear want, right? Bear wants to see price stay below and this to cross down, right? And you want to see in the 5-minute chart price begin to trade or stay trading below. We know on the 5-minute chart, on a 27 EMA, we are bearish when price is below it, right? When price stays below the 5-minute 27 EMA, we are bearish the SPY. See it right there? Now the second question becomes, when we start to trade sideways and these lines flatten out, will it reverse? Make sense? Price comes up and starts to reverse higher into this close. And up squeezing up here into this close. So the question becomes, how do we know if that's the case? So we're going to take a look at the VIX real quick. VIX looks like it's consolidating, like it wants to trade higher. It is below the 1 minute right now. That's not bullish. We want to see, for a real true bloodbath, we want to see the VIX trade above $16.39. So I'm not extremely bearish here on this 5 minute. I'm bearish, but not extremely bearish here. And even in this bearishness, I'm going to be looking for this pivot down here to be the support so far. I'd really like to see us break below this to get my real true bear on down here. This is the 15-minute chart. I wonder if they do begin to sell this tomorrow early and not at 1 o'clock, 3:30 in the afternoon. Let's take a look at what the earnings are for tomorrow. So we'll go back to this 5-minute chart so you can see it. It's right there for the bearish close. We know the implied move is 415.11 on the day outside of the zero-date market, just the options market. See if we can get some weakness in this close. We want to see price on VIX get above 1602, which it is beginning to do now. We want to see VIX trade to 1639. Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Let's take a look at the 15-minute chart here. Got a nice gap to fill down below at 405, 406.01. We know S3 is down below here at 408.41. S2 is 409.90. S1 way down here. Trade all the way down to 412 down here. Just another opportunity to buy the dip. This green box is where I was like, yeah, I really want to buy that, right? I was like, I really want to buy that green box. You guys can't see that shit. Hold on. I'm like over here talking a bunch of shit to you, and you guys aren't even listening or can't even see. Nice consolidation down here, right? Trade up, consolidate, support, right? Known buyers, right? Demand, demand, right? We know right now there's demand there. We know that there's demand. Well, currently, we know that there's demand down here, right? Shh. We know the buyers are down here. We know that the sellers are above, right? They sold us down here. They got pushed back again. They got pushed back again, right? We know the sellers are above here. If you're a buyer, where do you want to be a buyer? Of course, it's on a low down below. I guess we can make this this green.
Early markets on close imbalance, 614 million to the buy side.
There's also something else in here, and this is this little zone right here. Spent a lot of time in here, right? Consolidate, consolidate, consolidate. Push shit up, right? Trying to break above. Tag this high up here. A lot of buyers down in here. I want you to be aware of that down here. A lot of buyers. These buyers in here, they're not looking for 417. These buyers are looking for 420. That's what they're looking for. They're looking to get up there, tag that, take their money, and run. Make sense? Do they get that tomorrow? Or do they get that on the rate decision? Is the big question. It's now 3:31 in the afternoon. So the question becomes, do we get up into this 421? Do they panic sell it? Right? Do they get up here tomorrow? We get woohoo, bunch of bulls getting crazy. They tease you with getting up into this 420. Right? They make you think we're going here tomorrow. And then what they do is they chop your balls off. And we trade down into the decision, the rate decision, right? And there's some scariness in here. This is all you have for support in here, right? This is pretty weak support. So if we get a rate increase, they pull the rug on you right here, right? And we start blasting lower on Wednesday, right? So the question then becomes, if you're a bear, if you're even a bull trying to hedge this event, where is your hedge at? Is it right here at 417? Is it up here at 418? Are you super bullish that we're going to 421? Is it a rate pause where we squeeze all the way up to 421? I think that just where we are in the market right now, just where breadth is, where the SPY is, where May is, we know that coming into the 5th, historically, we'll see some weakness. With the vol that we have coming up this week, FOMC should provide that. We talked about the other events that could provide that volatility if we don't get it from the Fed meeting. But when does that vol come in? You know, trying to short into the meeting is kind of a challenge. You get locked in, trying to take puts. You get like they take your money, they take your bet, and then they force you to hold it through the event, right? You're like, I'm all locked in, and then you don't see anything happen until the rate hike. The one fear here is the moment that volatility comes off of the event, compressed volatility, then it squeezes up, right? The event vol comes off, or it squeezes up into here. The event vol comes up. You need something materialistically different from the FOMC meeting. If we know that we're going to get a rate hike, then that volatility is known, right? We're talking about unknown volatility. Is what you need to start breaking below this zone down here, right? This rug pull, right? So right here, right now, if we know what's going to happen on Monday, or excuse me, on Tuesday, Wednesday, if we know what's going to happen in here, well, it's Tuesday and Wednesday, right? One second here. If we know what's going to happen into Wednesday, and we get a dip down here, I'm going to want to buy that right there. I don't think that they pull the rug on you down here. I don't think they pull the rug on you down here just based on a 50 BPS rate hike. Maybe you get 410, something like that. You need like something unknown out of that meeting. Something unknown out of that meeting. Otherwise, the way is up, in my view, at least into the 3rd or 5th, something like that. We are a week into this close right now, 334. There is a 5-minute bear flag above here, or barroplane. I said bear flag, but barroplane forming right here. Bears probably are going to say we're going to chase the hole or something like that. They're going to tell you. I don't like chasing the hole personally right now. If you want to chase this hole into the close, you can. I would recommend that you close it. Hold on a second here. I would recommend that you close any. I mean, watch it happen today. Watch it happen today, unlike other unlike other times. Hold on a second here. Unlike other times historically, like if we're in a bear market, you can usually chase these holes down here. You can chase this stuff down and hold it into the open tomorrow. I don't know that I would. I have had zero success doing that. And I watch this stuff every close. Like when you're chasing holes here, we tend to open strong the next day. Tend to. Chasing holes has been a challenge. Give me just 1 second here. Sorry about that. Beautiful bear flag right now, or barroplane right now. Beautiful bear flag or barroplane. VIX now trading up to 1610, 3:37 in the afternoon. VIX trading above its 1 and 5 minute trigger, moving its way up to 1639. Yeah, we're almost in bond season right now, aren't we? Look at TLT just blasting lower right now. Thanks for saying something, Lane. TLT on 102.87. Hopefully we can get it back down to $98. We're almost in bond season, Lane. You know that, right? Middle of May. Yeah, I like SOXS. I'm hoping to take that long TLT trade with you, Lane. VIX now trading 1623, making its way up to the hourly trigger at 1639. Bloodbath in TLT. What on TLT? TLT, I was thinking about it this morning. I have to look closer, but I was looking at the seasonality of bonds. And they're saying that we're not there yet, but we're coming into bond season. We're almost in bond season. So I hope we can get it down. If we can get it down to like $98, I think Winky likes buying it down there too. Yeah, dude, I want TLT. Let me see if I can show it. Hold on a second here. You guys ready for it? Hang tight here. So just right there. Nope. Hold on a second.
Early market on close imbalance, 428 million to the buy side.
Just right here. Treasury bonds right there. May 12th. So right around May 12th, May 5th, May 12th, somewhere in there, start getting your eyes. This is just with the accumulation phase. Lasts until October 7th.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Nice cross right here. Beautiful cross happening right now on the SPY. You see the 27 crossing over the 113 right now. Gorgeous crossover right now. Yeah, seasonally, May 12th is the season for it. You buy and hold until October. Yeah, I don't know. I can't. I think these closes have been outstanding. Like when we sell the close like this, it's been great. But not so much the next morning. Like selling these clothes, like chasing the hole into the bell is you can chase it till like 4:15, but if you chase it into tomorrow's open, it typically, I haven't had great success. I don't do it anymore. I used to do it, and I'm talking like past 6 months or so. But I still watch it. To see what happens the next morning, and it's usually up. So if you follow this into the bell here, by morning it's like just higher. Like you'll get like futures will sell down, but then it recovers by the time we get into cash. Does that make sense? Like futures will sell it lower, but cash market won't, and it just sucks. So VIX now coming into its hourly trigger. Hourly trigger is right now currently at $16.40. Let me know in the chat if you're willing to chase this into the bell here. I'm fascinated to know. I want to know if this is a bear trap. I think it's a bear trap. It's hard. So, when I'm looking at the VIX right now, I don't think it's a bear trap. I think it's worth the trade into the bell. But fuck, man, like these setups have not panned out. Like this setup is primed to short the close. Well, not short the close in futures, like cash market. This is like a prime cash market. Buy some fucking puts up here. Like this is a prime setup. Like trade this shit down into tomorrow, but dude, these fucking things have been bullshit. They've been bullshit, I promise. Like these setups under normal circumstances, they'd be like, this is fucking awesome. We're gonna buy a bunch of puts for tomorrow. Like this is like 0 date or 1 date. Today they're 1 dates. But one dates for tomorrow to be 0 dates. Like this is like a prime setup for tomorrow to go down. But like, yeah, like FOMC. I don't know, man. I haven't looked today, but I don't recall.
The White House press.
I don't recall many bloodbaths into FOMC rate decisions. Am I wrong? Let me know. Like, do we usually bloodbath into the rate decision? I swear that we don't. Yeah, dude, I'm not like a. No, I always feel like these FOMC rate decisions, they pin it sideways. Bulls think we trade higher into the Tuesday till like 1 in the afternoon, and then bulls are all bullish as fuck, and they just hammer it down into the close. But they don't pay the prints. I think they pay the puts on Wednesday morning open. They don't pay they get all the bulls like fucking long as fucking trapped. They bleed those bulls out into Wednesday. And then everybody's walking the plank, including the Bears and the Bulls. And then you, of course, see the shorts close right before, like 11:30. Between 11:30 and 1:30. So I'm probably going to stay day trading wise. I'm not going to get some puts down here.
Biden wants more
I'm calling this a bear trap. If we weren't doing FOMC, I'd be like, fucking short this shit into the hole. But FOMC, I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe. Pfizer. Winky might be a better answer to that. Might have a better answer to that one than me at the moment. Yeah, futures have sucked too, right? I heard that complaint. They've been good and bad. Well, 2 weeks ago when I wasn't streaming, there were some really good futures trades. But this bullshit back here, like this nonsense right here, like get fucked on that stuff. That's just theta torch. That's some gnarly shit right there. That's what I don't want to happen. I don't want to see like this kind of fucking nonsense. They squeeze it up tomorrow at 1 o'clock and then they sell that shit down. So I'm not gonna partake of this. I'm gonna stay flat, and I'll tell you this. Under any normal circumstances, right? You buy puts here. Normal day of the week. If we were closing like this right now, I'd be like fucking 0 dates, 30 deltas. Make it burr by open tomorrow. That's what I'd be saying right here. Like make that shit burr. But I can't do it right now. This whole past month has been like landmines. You guys don't see the landmines everywhere? Like, am I the only one? Like setups, just like not printing, fake outs on setups. Like this is a setup right here. This is like a classic setup to trade this shit to the depths of hell tomorrow. Under any other circumstance, I'd be like, fucking puts into the bell on this shit. Yeah. It has been worth. Well, it hasn't just been worthless. The selling that they do recovers by the open. These are fucking dealers, man. Dealers are ruthless right now. Ruthless dealers right now. Oh, dude, the dealers, man. Like, I was on the phone with Joe Harper last week, or Winky or someone, and I was like, I'm gonna show you exactly what they're doing right now. Like, it was fucking brutal. It was gnarly. Like, they were just sweeping up money. Like this right here, this close right here. If this is any other day, I'd be like, fucking short this to the depths of hell. Depths of hell. Yeah, you can't short that. Fucking hourly trend, man, is still up right here. Like, no, I'm looking for like daily bearishness. 15-minute bearishness. The 5-minute is the only hint. The only bearish trade. I mean, under normal circumstances, I'd say sell this close. For where we are with prices right now, I'm going to stay flat. I don't want to get caught in this shit. Like real money.
On close imbalance, currently sitting at 470 million to the buy side. Just waiting for the final orders before we call it.
I don't want to lose that money.
Markets on close.
I'm yawning.
For the NYSE, 490 million to the buy side.
Did you guys, like, any of you that have been here all day long with me, we went through, like, Dixie, HYG. I mean, we're looking at the charts earlier today, and, like, they're all giving false readings, like everything. HYG, Dixie, VIX. Like, you can't trust the most of it today. Like, we were like, I don't trust this. I don't trust that right now. So, I don't know. Like, normally, sell this close. For me, gonna stay flat and be all open to whatever the market opens at tomorrow, I'm open for. I'm not giving any money away right now. Yeah, so the last, like, 2 weeks, the fuckery was, it's not just fuckery. You can see what they're doing. You can actually see when they did follow through on it. What you could actually see in the morning when they do it. If we're going to have follow through, you can see it at about 4:15 in the morning. So I do wake up at 4:15 still every morning and watch to see if they buy it or if they sell it. And you can actually see when they do sell it, you'll see it right around 4. You'll know at 4:15 if they're going to sell it or not. 4:05, 4:15. But the fuckery, man, woof. I don't know if I'm just getting old. What about Fubo for tomorrow? Man, that Fubo trade was nice, wasn't it? That was a good fucking trade, huh? How was that fucking Fubo trade? That fucking shit was awesome sauce. I'm bullish on Fubo. Right now I am. I become not bullish on Fubo. Stops on what, $1.22. You could lower them. Stops on $1.17. Stops on $1.17. Yeah, man. Under normal circumstances, dude, like 0-day puts for tomorrow. 100%. Let's look at what the options market's saying for tomorrow. Yeah, we could be down tomorrow. We got 200,000 call buyers. We got 200,000 calls on 417. If we were to sell this hourly, let's look at SPY real quick. If we were to sell this close tomorrow, man, I don't know. I bet they're going to fucking torch sellers. That's my take here, man. I think if they sell futures, it's going to get bought at 5. I agree with whoever said that. I agree with that statement. I think we're weak in the overnight, and it recovers by open. I don't think cash market puts print. I don't think that they do. I think you can probably short futures. Not short futures, but I think ES, you could sell some contracts in the overnight. But I don't think it holds. Let me look at ES really quick. Yeah, if you're a futures trader, man. Man, that's a juicy fucking trade. That is a juicy fucking trade. Like short futures like 4166. There's definitely a short in here for future. If you're a futures trader out there, tell all your friends. It's probably a really good fucking short overnight. I just wouldn't be committed to it. Wouldn't fall in love with it. Yeah, I like Rocket Lab. It's a buy and hold for me. I plan on holding that for a few years. There's a bunch of there's actually a bunch of space companies that I'm trying to buy right now. And I was looking at those early this morning. I was looking at space companies to add to the portfolio. Yeah, we got 4172 in what? April 4th? That was a month ago, right? Didn't we get it a month ago? I think we got almost 418 on April 1st or something. It was April 1st. Why does the 250 candle always act so weirdly? We can talk about that. Hey, Brebaldo, can you bring up tomorrow? And I want to describe to you about hourly prints, the beginning of an hourly print and the end of an hourly print, and price behavior on the hour. Look at those buyers coming in right now. Can you bring that up tomorrow? Because I want to show you examples of price interaction on the hourly print. If you can remind me. Two minutes left. I'll be back with you again tomorrow at 9:30. Let me know in the comments if you are holding puts into tomorrow. I don't think that that's going to print for you if you're trading this for cash market. I think the trade is higher. We got the implied move on the upside, the implied move on the downside. I think we trade higher into 1:30, 3:30 in the afternoon tomorrow. There might be a trade for Globex traders in the overnight. You might be able to get a scam sell in the overnight. Was looking at the VIX right now. You're going to want to hope that VIX will trade above 1642, and hopefully it can trade up to 1829 in the overnight. But otherwise, sell the vol, baby. Sell VIX. Give me $14 in the VIX.
White House says you will hear something in the very near future on Biden's choice for the Fed vice chair.
I will see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 a.m.
Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at To The Tick.
Yeah, you think it gaps up and fade? Yeah, I'm not into the volatility heading into this into this rate decision at all. I ain't buying it. Every time they come in with these rate decisions, they get bulls' hopes up and they trap their asses. They finally, I think they start like I like 1:30 in the afternoon tomorrow. I'm interested in shorting 1:30, like holding some shit into Wednesday. All right, I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Thanks for showing up. I'm back from vacation, baby. See you all soon. Thanks for showing up.